Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. A Wyoming state legislator and at least one parent say it's inappropriate to allow a male custodian at a local elementary school to cross-dress on the job and be called by she, her pronouns. House District 38 Representative Jamie Leon of Casper lobbied the Natrona County School District Board last week regarding this issue. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Leon's stated purpose was to ask the school board what's happening with the staff member and if they are willfully neglecting state law.
The state rep in Casper, Jamie Lean, appeared at the school board last week voicing concern about a cross-dressing custodian who, when kids started the new school year, asked students to call them by she, her pronouns and also dressed as a woman. And previously, this parent is saying her 10-year-old knew him as a man.
The parent's Facebook post about the issue drew 430 responses, with many supporting her stand and others challenging her for calling out the custodian and raising the issue. Researchers have confirmed the presence of kissing bugs that carry a deadly disease in Wyoming. Kissing bugs can carry a parasite that causes the Chagas disease, which leads to irreparable heart or digestive problems if the disease is not caught and treated early enough. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that while the Wyoming Department of Health has not yet seen any instances of Chagas in the state, kissing bugs have been confirmed in at least 32 states so far, including right here in Wyoming.
There's several species of this kissing bug. They're not going to try to feed on you while you're awake. They wait until you're asleep. The rest of you is probably covered up, right? But your face is right there. And the lips are very blood-rich, thin skin, easy for them to get a nice meal, and so hence the name kissing bug.
The CDC says the parasitic disease is often fatal if not treated and can linger in a body for years. The widow of the Wyoming businessman who kick-started Turning Point USA announced a $1 million donation to the organization on Sunday in the wake of group leader Charlie Kirk's shooting death and his wife's tearful response. When at age 18, Charlie Kirk co-founded Turning Point USA, Wyoming philanthropist Foster Freeze wrote an early check to the organization for $10,000. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Lynn Freeze's contribution is 100 times larger than that.
Now we have an entirely different dynamic post-shooting of widow to widow, where Lynn Freeze saw Erica Kirk's just very emotional, very resolved address to the country a couple days after her husband's death. And she decided, well, since you guys are getting all sorts of new chapters, I'm going to go ahead and cut $1 million check to support those.
Charlie Kirk's podcast producer on Sunday announced that TPUSA received more than 32,000 inquiries over the weekend to start new campus chapters. The University of Wyoming already has a Turning Point USA chapter. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
The first day of fall isn't for another week, but the first signs of winter can already be seen covering the highest points of Wyoming. Drivers making the Monday morning commute over Togety Pass were greeted by a flurry of light, wet snow near Wind River Lake. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that shorter days and longer nights are contributing to snow-friendly conditions.
Getting snow on Togety Pass or in the Beartooth Highway, that's not unusual for mid-September. I think the thing that stresses people out is this the trendsetter? Is this the change that's coming? And from what we're looking at, probably not. That seasonal change where it is going to get colder and snowier probably isn't going to happen for another few weeks. So getting snow at the highest points of Wyoming in mid-September when days are getting shorter, nights are getting longer, and temperatures are getting cooler, that's just par for the course in mid-September. September in Wyoming.
A dusting of snow has already been spotted in mountain ranges across western Wyoming, and between 1 and 6 inches of snow is expected to fall on the Beartooth Highway between Monday night and Wednesday. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction, a chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebray Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebray is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebray is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebray will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebray is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebray.org.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake in a Tuesday edition. We're going to look at the cross-dressing Casper Elementary School janitor. I have an opinion. Remember Larry Sissy Goodwin, Wyoming's beloved cross-dresser? Do we have to go on a witch hunt? Is that where we are now? You find a replacement janitor if you want to run this guy out of town, or this woman, or whatever it is. Yeah, you should be lucky to find anyone who wants to be an elementary school janitor. Anyway, a sheriff warns that the new TikTok trend of kicking, pounding on a door while wearing a mask and carrying an airsoft gun. Yeah, that's real smart. In Wyoming, where 63% of us are gonna, it's got to be more than that. Like 7 out of 10 doors you knock on, kick on, there's a gun owner on the other side of it. That's a TikTok trend that's going to end poorly. One landowner says wind turbines negatively impact earthworms. Now we got to worry about the earthworm. Not that I'm pro-wind. There are lots of reasons not to like wind power. Just looking at a turbine, they're there. And they do make noise, and they do kill birds. Now apparently we got to worry about worms. Seriously, earthworms and wind turbines. People will just invent anything to not have a wind turbine next to them or somewhere. They kill worms. You know, I've killed a few worms in the act of fishing. I didn't know the worm was an endangered species. The YMCA in Cheyenne's going to shut down. Not enough members to make it financially viable, and the facility's falling apart. The widow of Foster Fries, Lynn Fries, pledged $1 million to Turning Point USA in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Well, with kin like this, who needs enemies? The adopted son of a Colorado man has been sentenced to 24 years in prison. He killed his father in an argument. His father said, maybe it's time to think about getting out there on your own, leaving the house. The adopted son responded with a gunshot to the back of the head, allegedly. Dumped the body. Well, I don't have to say allegedly. Sentenced. Okay. Dumped the body in Wyoming's Mirror Lake. He's going to do a 24-year stretch. The deadly kissing bug. Interesting that it's in the news in Wyoming because it's in the news nationally. CDC is warning about this deadly kissing bug that carries Chagas disease. I love Renee Jean's description of it. Why it's called the kissing bug. Because when you're asleep, you're covered up. Except for I forget how she said it. Your face is out there. Your face is right there, Renee says. Right there for the kissing bug to get on. And it likes to bite your lips and then poo on your lips. Yeah, kissing bug's disgusting. I looked at a CDC nationwide map of where the bug has been found, and it did not include Wyoming, although Cowboy State Daily story from Renee Jean says Ricardo Saldana, who lives in Wheatland, has seen the bug, and he's seen him in Mexico. He said, I grew up with these bugs in Mexico. I know exactly what they look like. And they're in Wheatland. So, Wheatland, last time I checked, is part of Wyoming. CDC better update that map. One reason we don't have one reason I'll never have a kissing bug in the bedroom is I got the windows open all year round. It's 31 degrees right now inside in my bedroom. I got the windows wide open. There ain't no kissing bug's going to survive my bedroom. And it's already snowing. Togety Pass, Beartooth Pass, some passes in Wyoming have already seen some dustings of snow. 6 inches predicted for Beartooth Pass. Does this mean summer's over? Well, according to the calendar, not quite yet. According to Andrew Rossi and Don Day, not quite yet either. Probably going to see some nice days here towards the end of the week into the weekend. Perfect. Laramie County Sheriff's Office wants to add a couple of robots to their staff. AI, right? Well, cops already use robots to go into situations that they don't want to go into. They're called Throwbots. They're about $37,000 a pop, and Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak is requesting a purchase order for 2 Throwbots. I still want to look at that mega dairy cow operation in Carpenter, the Burnett family. That's Renee Jean's story. We'll cover that today. And and we have lots of special guests. So let's get to a weather forecast, which looks pretty good. A little wet here and there, but boy, it's knocked down those fires. That's the good news. Casper, chance of rain, mostly cloudy with highs 68. Lander, rain after 2 with highs 66. Evanston, you got a chance of rain today, otherwise partly sunny 66. Rock Springs, rain 66. Pinedale, slight chance of rain afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny with a high 63. Afton, maybe start the day with a little bit of fog, rain after 3. 67 the high. DuBois, rain showing up about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny 60. Jackson, early morning fog and a shower in the afternoon possible, high 67. Thermopolis, you'll see rain in the late afternoon, mostly sunny until then, high 69. Cody, chance of showers 66. Buffalo, chance of rain with highs 65. Sheridan, you'll top out in the upper 60s with a chance of rain in the afternoon. Rain in Gillette, highs 68. Newcastle, chance of rain, partly sunny with highs 73. Torrington, you'll top out around 74. Can't rule out a rain shower in the afternoon. Cheyenne at the state capitol, mostly sunny today with highs 69 with a rain shower probable in the afternoon. Rain likely in Laramie as well with highs 65. Rawlins, chance of rain, mostly cloudy, 64. That's the way it looks around the state. Yeah, this I will get to Cowboy State Daily stories, but I thought this was so absolutely true. Jeff Foxworthy, who we haven't heard boo from in forever, right? Where has this guy been? Remember the redneck comedian? Jeff Foxworthy posted a meme the other day. I don't know if he invented it or if he's just passing along the meme, but this is a fact of life. We'll listen. You and I, we will listen closer to a butt dial than an actual real call. Like 12 straight minutes. We'll be glued to a butt dial like we're following a true crime podcast, trying to catch whoever the caller is doing something, right? My dad butt dials me every now and then, and sometimes I will just sit there and listen to try to like piece together what he's doing, like what's going on, and you'll catch little bits of conversation. But yeah, whenever we get butt dialed, it becomes evident right away. But how many of us just click off, and how many of us just sit on there and listen like we're eavesdropping onto something? I definitely listened for a little while. Percentage of homeowners in each state that say they always lock their door. I want to live in a state where the majority of people do not lock their door. And I do. Wyoming, the majority do lock their door, but it's among the lower percentages. For instance, in California, 85% of the people say they always lock their door, have to. Or when you come home, your home will be empty. New York, 83% of New Yorkers always lock their door. How about, and this map is one of those maps where you have to know the states just by the shape, and I'm really awful at that. Michigan's 88%. Indiana, 88% of Indianans always lock their door. Florida's up there in the high percentile. These are the top states where they always lock their door. In first place, 90%. What state is that? It's a tiny little state. That's got to be Connecticut. 9 out of 10 Connecticuters. Is that what you call yourselves? Connecticuters? Always lock their door when they leave. Among the lowest, those of us who feel the most safe and really don't go about locking, nobody more so than North Dakota. Primarily because nobody's there, and the people that are there, they don't have much. Who's going to steal from a North Dakotan? A Canadian, maybe. 48% of people from North Dakota always lock their doors. So less than half. You want to feel safe somewhere, I guess, relocate to North Dakota. That is the lowest. Next, lowest as far as always locking the door, Maine. Only 53% of people live in Maine always lock their door. 55% in Idaho. Idaho feels like a pretty safe place to live. 55% of people in Idaho always lock their door. Montana is 63%, and right here at home in Wyoming, 70%, 7 out of 10 of us always lock their door. And for fear of giving away some secret info, I never lock the door. I don't even, well, I do know where the key is, but it might take some doing to locate it. I never lock the door. Yeah. Those just a couple of stories I thought were kind of fun. Cowboy State Daily stories. Of course, we'll talk to the news reporters themselves later today. But how about this one from Dale Killingback? I'm not sure how to feel about this one. At first blush, I really worry that we're all becoming a little bit of witch hunters. We're all becoming a little bit of finger pointing, and I could just see all of us picking up sharp sticks and torches and going after Frankenstein. Can we all just live and let live? Isn't that a Beatles? That's either a Beatles song or it's a James Bond movie. Live. I think it's both. Live and let die is the, with Paul McCartney and the Wings. Live and let die, bang, bang. Yeah, can't we all just get along? Golly. A legislator and a parent, two Karens, in other words, are sounding the alarm over a male janitor who cross-dresses. You know, there was a Wyomingite, famous Wyomingite, Larry Sissy Goodwin, who was a cross-dresser, and nobody, I won't say nobody cared, but people accepted him in Wyoming because that's what we do. We're accepting in Wyoming. It's the equality state. We accept women and we accept people who want to be women. But I will admit, like I said, at first blush, this seems like really witch hunty. We found a cross-dressing janitor in an elementary school. Let's go get him. The Trona County School District says it's following the law by employing this guy. They can't talk about personnel matters, but House District 38 Rep Jamie Lean from Casper lobbied the Natrona County School Board last week to ask if the district is willfully helping school district employees to neglect state laws that went into effect July 1st. So remember, Freedom Caucus got all worried about who was going to use whose bathroom and who gets to be called he, she, it, and that kind of stuff. And this now may extend out to what we get to wear. Freedom Caucus and the state lawmakers are worried about what we're wearing. Can a man wear a skirt? Can a man wear a dress? Should he be fired? Oh, man. You think we'd have bigger problems to worry about? Well, you know, who wants to be a school janitor? It's like the job you can't fill. They're all mostly it's ex-cons who have turned their life around. It's usually some antisocial, quiet dude. We don't know anything about him, and we don't want to know anything about him. It's the school janitor. It's right up there with the lunch lady. There are not a lot of people lining up to take these jobs. And if we find a guy who wants to do the work and does the work and prefers to wear a dress, okay. But it goes a little farther than that. So to be fair to those who are concerned at the Crest Hill Elementary School, to be fair, this janitor has gone beyond a little bit just wearing women's clothing and cross-dressing. He's also asked students, or he's corrected students when they call him by his old name. They would refer to him as, I don't know what his name is, but let's say it's Mr. Brown. And the kids would say, "Hi, Mr. Brown, you having a good day?" And apparently, allegedly, Mr. Brown would say, I'm Mrs. Brown. Ooh, okay. So, yeah, that takes it a little bit farther. And the lawmaker and at least one parent, Chelsea Horner, wondered, where does the custodian go to the bathroom? Because that's the biggest concern Wyoming lawmakers have, really. Wyoming legislators have a lot of pressing issues. Dwindling oil and gas revenues, coals in the crapper, but lawmakers want to know where you're going to go to the bathroom. And this dude, the custodian, formerly known as a male, over the past few years, showed up to school wearing a pink blouse with fake boobs. Okay. The man also, now cross-dressing's one thing. All right, so you like to wear women's clothing. So does Harry Styles. And he's made a fortune doing it. Okay. But then, yeah, it gets a little creepier when he insists that the kids refer to him as she, her, and he also, quote, disguises his voice as a woman. Now it starts to get a little weird. It's getting a little weird. And the parents, one of the parents say, look, I don't care what you want to wear, but if you're going to have a job that has you around minors, that has you around teenagers, yeah, that's weird. So, yeah, that's a story. Pressing urgent issues, cross-dressing janitor, cross-dressing custodian at Crest Hill Elementary School. At least one legislator and one parent have sounded the alarm over she pushing a mop down the school hallway. Let's take our first break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course. Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, back at it. Cowboy State Daily Show and Jake on a Tuesday. Kathy is thinking along the lines I am. Kathy responds on Facebook's regarding the story I just mentioned a moment ago. Wyoming state legislator and a parent of a student at a Casper elementary school sounding the alarm over a male janitor who cross-dresses. Kathy says this is a dangerous road. If we start deciding someone's job security based on whether their outfit matches our personal idea of man or woman, then none of us is safe. Clothes are an expression, not morality. And then there are several comments about Kathy. Yeah, I'm thinking along those lines. We're starting down a dangerous road when we start analyzing someone's personal clothing choices. I get it. He is cross. He's dressing as a woman. He wants to be called he, she, her, and affecting a woman's voice. I mean, it starts to get a little weird, but I think that somewhere we got to draw the line on who we're going to persecute for what reasons. That story, though, is resonating. A lot of readers responding. A lot of readers responding to this story. It's generated nearly 2,000 engagements, 160 comments, 131 shares. That's Lynn Freeze, the widow of Wyoming businessman Foster Freeze. The Freezes have that connection to Charlie Kirk. You probably heard the story by now from Cowboy State Daily and reported on other news outlets that Charlie Kirk, back when he was 19 years old, ran into Foster Freeze at some event. In fact, he bumped into him in a staircase, and he gave him the literal elevator pitch, or he gave him a staircase pitch. I guess, there's no elevators in Wyoming, or there's not many. I'm not sure this was in Wyoming. It could have been anywhere. I don't know. But it was similar. Like you got that window, man. You got about 20 seconds with Foster Freeze. And this brash 19-year-old Charlie Kirk said, I have this idea for something called Turning Point USA. And Foster said, tell me more. And Charlie Kirk, by the time that short conversation was over, Foster Freeze had written Charlie Kirk his first check to get going with Turning Point USA. A $10,000 donation kick-started the whole thing. And Lynn Freeze, Foster has passed. Lynn Freeze the other day leveled up on that $10,000 donation 100 times so. She just pledged $1 million to Turning Point USA chapters across the country in honor of Charlie Kirk. So pretty cool, taking it full circle. Foster's the guy who helped Charlie get off and running. And Lynn wants to make sure that that venture, Turning Point USA, continues. That story went really well on Cowboy State Daily. A lot of people giving thumbs up. They like it. Another story that's, well, not viral, but it's buzzing. Excuse the pun. It's the kissing bug. I don't know if it buzzes. It looks kind of familiar. It looks like I've seen this bug, which is gross because it bites you on your lips, as Renee Jean explains, because your lips are what's sticking out of your bed when you're going to sleep. The way she said it was so funny. I got to play that. Yeah, just to hear Renee talk about it again. Here's Renee Jean talking about the kissing bug with Wendy.
Researchers have confirmed the presence of kissing bugs that carry a deadly disease in Wyoming. Kissing bugs can carry a parasite that causes the Chagas disease, which leads to irreparable heart or digestive problems if the disease is not caught and treated early enough. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that while the Wyoming Department of Health has not yet seen any instances of Chagas in the state, kissing bugs have been confirmed in at least 32 states so far, including right here in Wyoming.
Its symptoms are kind of similar to the flu or a cold, fever, aches, pains. You know, we've all had that with various colds. Most people aren't thinking, maybe I should be thinking about Chagas. There's several species of this kissing bug. They're not going to try to feed on you while you're awake. They wait until you're asleep. The rest of you is probably covered up, right? But your face is right there. And the lips are very blood rich.
That's my favorite part.
Easy for them to get in.
The rest of you is probably covered up, but your face is right there. Where? Like exposed, I guess. I love that. Renee's going to be on later today. I'll see if I can get her to recreate that live. You know, most of us, when we go to bed, we're covered up. The rest of us is covered up, but your face is right there. And the bug loves that. And the bug bites your lips, and then the bug poops on your lips. Although Renee said, I can't even repeat it because it's, I don't use words like this. Typically the bugs bite your lips. They're eating on your lips. And then while they're doing that, of course, the bugs will take a, you know what, right on the person's face. That's pretty graphic. I would prefer the journalists say the bugs will defecate or something. Yeah, so you could get this Chagas and then you're a goner. Apparently, there's no cure by the time you get, it's like rabies. By the time you exhibit symptoms, you're dead. There's just one more thing to worry about. The kissing bug. Yeah, and it's got people worried. This story is resonating or at least scaring people on the Facebooks. A lot of people commenting. A lot of people commenting on this story and sharing it and interacting with it. That's the TikTok door kick challenge. You know, never mind buying TikTok from China. Whatever happened to that? We've passed the deadline like 8 times already. Trump says if China's got to sell TikTok or we're going to shut it down. And he proved that we could do it. The TikTok went dark for like a half a day. Remember? That was just to prove Trump was blustering, but it was proved that we can do it. We can shut down TikTok in the United States because China's using it to spy on us, supposedly. And now there was a deal to buy TikTok, and our friend Reed Reisner threw out an offer, and he wasn't the only one. So a lot of big money was talked about to buy TikTok from the Chinese. Whatever happened to that? TikTok's operating just fine. China's like, whatever. TikTok's still going. I think we need to just shut it down for silliness like this. I'm very rarely do I see anything positive coming out of TikTok. I have somewhat infrequent interactions with a 14-year-old who TikTok is the Bible for her. And there's no good trends that come out of TikTok. Once in a while, a song will be cool. But for the most part, whatever you're learning on TikTok is probably unhealthy. This definitely is. The door kick challenge. This falls under the very large category of don't you kids have anything better to do? You TikTokers and you Discords. Discord should be shut down. Every lunatic that picks up a gun and shoots people, it seems, has a Discord account. And the day before they did something terrible, they announced on Discord they were going to do something terrible. I don't know why the FBI just either shuts down Discord, be done with it, or monitor it. Because literally every mass shooting, the dude that shot Charlie Kirk, all these poor deranged teenagers are on Discord where they share with each other their miseries. Oh, woe is me, and life is too hard, and I'm going to pick up a gun and go shoot this school. Almost every time is there before they do it. So I don't know. If I'm the FBI, I assign at least 2, 3, half dozen people just read Discord every day. Watch that. Or shut it down. So the TikTok door kick challenge, if this comes to Wyoming, it's not going to end well. Wyoming sheriff warns this could have deadly consequences in the Cowboy state. There are no confirmed cases of the door kick challenge being in Wyoming, but it's kind of hard to track this kind of thing. What is an airsoft gun? I'm blissfully unaware. Airsoft guns, we can buy them on Amazon, battery powered. It's just a fake gun. So here's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to post yourself on TikTok, kicking and or pounding on someone's door, a stranger's door, while wearing a ski mask and carrying an airsoft gun. Whoever thought this up, this sounds like it was thought up by Russian bots or Chinese bots. It sounds like you're trying to get somebody killed. It sounds like that's the intent. If you do this in Florida, Wyoming, places where there are a lot of gun owners and they have a pretty robust stand your ground law, you're going to get shot. And the homeowner probably won't even open the door to do it. They'll just buy a new door because they'll shoot you right. And one Facebook commenter, Josh, said, yeah, don't do that here in Wyoming because I would have to call 811. And you're thinking, wait a minute, 811, that's not the emergency. Why would you call 811? 811's the number you call to locate underground utilities. Call before you dig. You've heard the message. 811's the number you call to make sure you're not going to hit utilities, fiber cable, fiber optics or something. So you see where Josh is going. He said, yeah, don't do that in Wyoming. I'd have to call 811 because I'd need to locate underground utilities. In other words, bang, shoot, shovel, shut up. Yeah, don't kick doors. There's a photo of somebody doing it, probably taken right off of Facebook or right off of TikTok. Claire McFarland has the story. She reached out to, I think, who did she talk to? Alex Bakken? Yeah. Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken, who said, this is not a good idea in Wyoming. Really not. And she also talked to, here's what Bakken said, by the way. Sheriff Bakken referencing a case in Texas where 2 weeks ago somebody was doing the door challenge, the door kick TikTok challenge. An 11-year-old boy was shot doing this. Sheriff Bakken wrote, "For the love of whatever deity you pledge your faith to, do not do this. These pranks can lead to serious, even deadly repercussions. The great state of Wyoming is likely one of the worst places to dress up in ski masks and forcibly kick doors at night." Yeah, I agree, Sheriff. Dead right. Former State Senator Anthony Bouchard, we had him on the show a little while ago, Laramie County Republican, agreed wholeheartedly. Bouchard was the key co-sponsor of Stand Your Ground self-defense law in Wyoming that passed in 2018. That would likely protect, depends on the details, but it would likely protect the homeowner if somebody is kicking away at your door late at night and you just pick up the scatter gun. You're probably going to be protected. You'll be under protections in Wyoming. This TikTok, especially if you're holding an airsoft gun. You got a ski mask and you're holding an airsoft gun, whatever that is. It's a fake gun. It's not a real gun, I guess. You're holding a fake gun in a ski mask, kicking somebody's door late at night. You're going to get shot. Kids, don't do everything you see on TikTok. And it's just another way to whittle down the gene pool. Earthworms can be seriously impacted by wind turbines. Now we got to protect the earthworm. Every time we try to pull some energy out of this state, whether it's oil and gas, and we got to worry about the sage hen, sage grouse, and now we want to harness the power of the wind, and the freaking worms are revolting. Wind turbines, bad for earthworms. So is fishing. We'll be back with that story in a minute.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media. but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Good morning. Maybe you're joining us live on X, formerly Twitter. Maybe you're taking in the show on Facebook Live. That's cool. We're also pushing out the stream to YouTube. Cowboy State Daily, the homepage, and we're heard on better radio stations around the state. Hello, KGOS. In Torrington, KRAE in Cheyenne. What's up? KTUG in Riverton, carrying the Cowboy State Daily show. KJAX in Jackson, Wyoming is carrying the show. And hello, KYDT in Sundance. Happy to have you all aboard. We're adding stations every day because we want you to be able to be inundated with the Cowboy State Daily Show everywhere you turn. It's nothing but earthworms all over the place, unless you live near a wind turbine. If you are anti-worm, if you can't stand worms whenever it rains and the worms come out and they lay on the sidewalk, because they're apparently drowning. I don't know why worms do that. If you don't like worms, then you want wind turbine. There's a study. It wasn't done in the U.S., and so it was not using any federal money. I mean, talk about dodging things. I would doge the study that wondered if are worms affected by wind turbines? Who even thought up the premise? And then how do you approach the money man? You know, when you're going for a federal grant and you got to stand in front of somebody presumably wearing a suit and tie and say, we have this idea for a study to see if wind turbines negatively affect earthworms. Do you have any money for a grant for that? In the U.S. today, that probably wouldn't fly because, you know, you had Elon Musk, Doge and stuff. Trump's not about any of that nonsense. He doesn't even like wind power. But in the Netherlands, it sounded pretty good. At the Vrije University, Amsterdam, 2021 study by researchers in the Netherlands. So the Dutch, right? The Dutch is Netherlands. And the Dutch invented the windmill, pretty much, didn't they? Isn't that every time I see a picture of the Netherlands, every time I see anything related to Dutch, it's they got the wooden shoes, and they got windmills. That's like so inherently Dutch. Maybe that's why this university got money for a grant to study whether windmills hurt worms. And what they found out is, yes, wind turbines, the vibrations created by wind turbines negatively affected earthworm abundance. Quote, earthworm abundance. While the vibrations are not hazardous to humans, they have significant impact on small animals living in the soil like earthworms. So now we got to protect the worm. The worm that you're digging up to stick on the end of your hook to fish for fish. And we're worried about, I mean, the wind turbines also kill birds, supposedly lots of birds. But it's just one more reason, I guess, to, oppose a wind project that's coming your way. Landowner Ryan Schneider is suddenly worried about earthworms. And I don't want to say it's disingenuous, but I really have to question whether Ryan Schneider, and here's a photo of him, whether his motivation really is a love for the earthworm. And he spoke the other day, proposed 56,000 acre wind project that would cover an area nearly 3 times the size of Cheyenne. Some ranchers showed up opposed to it, and resident Ryan Schneider showed up at the meeting and said, basically, I'm worried about the worm. And that's when everybody at the meeting said, what? Everybody at the Laramie County, whatever meeting this is. I guess I could read it and find out, but whatever. Laramie County, where they're considering this wind project, Ryan Schneider shows up with his phone. Presumably he's got the study. 2021 Dutch study showed that the wind turbines hurt worms. What the? Get this guy out. Your 2 minutes are up, Schneider. Whoever was running this meeting probably was banging the gavel. What are you talking about? They hurt the worms. It's right here. It's a 2021 study done at a real university in the Netherlands showing that the wind turbines shake the ground and earthworms leave. That's why you can find nary a robin anywhere around a wind turbine. Actually, earthworms are an important species, apparently. Without them, the soil does bad things. I mean, we need earthworms, I guess. But it's just another reason to oppose wind projects. Jackson Walker had a story also about Laramie County locals clashing with this big wind project 3 times the size of Cheyenne. Nobody wants it. Some ranchers advocating for property rights. I have the right not to look at this. Others say the impact on wildlife like eagles and earthworms. It's true. The earthworm could be... Earthworms do not like wind turbines. I wonder if the kissing bug would hang around if you had wind turbines rolling. We got to be worried about that kissing bug with the Chagas. And we got to be worried about that screw worm. Oh, maybe those 2 things don't like wind turbines. If so, we can't build them fast enough. Let's get them. Get that wind power going. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about the New World screwworm. Jackson Walker also has a story about security cams that catch thieves across Wyoming. Almost, well, not everyone, but a lot of people had the Ring. You have some kind of camera surveillance at your door. A lot of people do. Plus, there's surveillance cameras throughout cities, Cheyenne, Casper. I mean, you're almost always on a camera. And there are so many crimes being committed where the cops just share a still from the video saying, does anybody know this guy? He did such and such. Why do people continue to commit crimes knowing they're probably on camera somewhere? Jackson Walker speculates security cams catch thieves. Are they stupid or do they just not care? We'll talk about that story and more when we come back. Right now, though, we got to get into top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that. Thanks for spending your Tuesday morning with us on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. A Laramie County landowner who's against a massive 170 wind turbine project says the giant wind turbines have a negative impact on earthworms. Ryan Schneider believes wind turbines create vibrations that could potentially lead to the displacement of earthworms, making them easy prey for birds and other predators, which leads to soil erosion. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that Schneider relayed these concerns to the Laramie County Planning Commission, where he was one of among roughly 100 community members who gathered to share their thoughts on the proposed Laramie Range Wind Project, which would bring as many as 170 wind turbines to the area.
There's actually some scholarly research to back this up, that vibrations created by wind turbines have a negative impact on earthworms, and the abundance of earthworms, as they put it, was more concentrated in the places that was farther away from the wind turbines, the peripherals, rather than closer to it. If the worms are impacted, then that'll impact the birds. And then if the birds are impacted, then it might impact other stuff. Specifically, too, we talked about like insects. And so I guess insects can be disturbed by these as well.
The commission will ultimately get the final say in whether the project is permitted to proceed. Picture pulling into Evanston, Wyoming with your side-by-side loaded on a trailer, opening your Onyx mapping app, and discovering dozens of off-road trails within reach. But there's a problem. Getting to many of these trails means navigating around I-80, which cuts right through town. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that now, thanks to legislation passed a couple of years ago, that barrier is on its way to being lifted.
In 2023, the legislature recognized that sometimes ORVers need to get from one side of an interstate to the other. The Wyoming Department of Transportation today, they had a hearing, announced and took public comment on a new rule change that would implement what this legislation called for. So it's great news if you enjoy ORVing around places like Evanston, which is cut in half by I-80. And now with this new rule, it's going to turn Evanston into a more ORV-friendly base camp.
For ORV enthusiasts studying their maps around Evanston, the rule change promises to unlock connectivity that's long been blocked by I-80's path through the region. Fulfilling the viral TikTok door kick challenge by kicking and pounding on people's doors while wearing ski masks or carrying airsoft guns is a stupid enough idea. But doing it in Wyoming is even dumber. The Carbon County Sheriff told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Monday that the viral challenge could get someone killed.
According to Sheriff Alex Bakken, there's like a lot of forceful pounding and kicking at a homeowner's door, often wearing masks or holding airsoft guns. And so all of that, with that reasonable person standard, it can give someone the impression, particularly if they're in some kind of a domestic violence situation or an abuse situation or some other outside threat situation, could give someone this idea like, oh, I, in my reasonable person head, believe that I'm under attack. I'm going to grab my gun.
Bakken said in a later phone interview that he hasn't seen these incidents in his county, but issued the statement to warn people and fellow law enforcement agencies. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
A female grizzly bear with 2 cubs disrupted an ultra marathon in Canada late Sunday when she charged nearby campers and then followed them. The Divide 200 race had to be rerouted, but nobody was mauled. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to a Wyoming ultramarathon runner who said that although this incident occurred in Canada, when racing in grizzly country, he always carries bear spray.
There's a few ultramarathon trail races in Wyoming. There's some by Laramie, huge world-class one in the Bighorns. I spoke to a gentleman who's run quite a few ultramarathons, including some in grizzly country. He said, you just carry bear spray, period, and carry it where you can get to it. It's like anything else. You got to be prepared for it.
As more people take to the mountains and forests, the potential grows for conflicts with grizzlies. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Getting back to it, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show, Tuesday. Right? I'm so tired this morning. I was out late last night on a school night. Well, that's my problem. But I was not up late watching the Emmys. Did anybody see the Emmys? I prefer to catch it, I want to see the red carpet, who was wearing what, who's wearing what kind of silliness. I don't know what's the matter with Jenna Ortega. Jenna Ortega at the Emmys wore no fabric. Her dress was entirely made of gems, of jewels. She was literally bejeweled. But I fear Jenna Ortega is becoming her character on Wednesday. Whenever you see her when she's not on set, not doing the show Wednesday, not portraying Wednesday Addams, she looks as if she's still Wednesday Addams. Like she's doing this creepy... I'm sure it's a trend, and I'm sure women know what it's called. Somewhere there's an influencer on Insta. Maybe I can ask Alex Earl when she's not Dancing with the Stars what it's called. But I'm sure it's a trend to purposely make yourself look dead. Like she's purposely doing makeup to appear ghastly, like Wednesday Adam, like her character. And she's been doing that for a while. I think we need an intervention with Jenna Ortega. Like, Jenna, you're not Wednesday. You're a regular person. And so anyway, she was wearing nothing but jewels. She was bejeweled. That was one look. Of course, Sydney Sweeney was there rocking this cleavage outfit, this red dress, and she skipped the after party, and I saw somebody stick a mic in her face, and she said, ask me anything except jeans. I'll talk about anything except jeans. I'm not talking about jeans. Sydney Sweeney. And so I didn't see the Emmys, but my takeaway is two things. One, it was really long and really late. And try to keep these award shows from running over. They've invented all kinds of things. You've seen the award show. When you're up there talking too long, I'd like to thank my producer, my hairdresser, my gardener, the pool guy, they start playing the music. And that means get out. I'd like to thank my... That's not a good Emmy. That's not a good one. I'd like to... No. I need to find a good playoff music when they want you to get off the stage. You've been out there long enough. So I'd just like to thank my kids at home. That's not a good one either. All right, maybe I don't have the Emmy playoff music. So my takeaway from the Emmys is what they did. I didn't watch it, but it seems nobody liked it. They had this actual countdown clock that counted how much time you went over, and that time equated to a fine, and the fine would be paid to the Boys and Girls Club of America or something. People didn't like it. The first time they did it, it was like, oh, that's cute. And then it just got to be too much. The whole clock and the fine thing, people hated it, whatever that was. I didn't see the Emmys. But I did enjoy this article from Kelly Walsh, not the high school in Casper, but an actual person named Kelly Walsh. She's from Boston. She wrote a story. Taryn Ryder, reporter for Yahoo Entertainment, helped her write a story about, headlined, "I was a seat filler at the Emmys. The rules were strict and the perfume was overwhelming." What's it like to be a seat filler at the Emmys? These award shows, when they take a shot at the audience, it has to be packed. And the problem with A-listers is they don't show up on time for anything. So you got a lot of empty seats because the producer, the sound engineer, the first cameraman, the best boy, the key grip, all those people that work in the movie industry are supposed to be having their butts in the seat at, when the Emmys start, but they aren't there. And it would be a bad look to have empty seats. So there are seat fillers. You're not paid to do the job. And there are strict rules, but you're allowed to attend the Emmys and sit in an empty seat until the person who's designated for that seat comes. And then you got to get up and get out. And you got to go to the next one. They got to go where they tell you to go. And Kelly Walsh talked about what it was like to be a seat filler. And she said, you have to, she said, I saw on TikTok and Instagram people talking about being seat filler for an award show. And it seemed like fun, so I Googled it, and I found a website called seatfillersandmore.com. And once there, I was asked to make a profile, and she did. And she said the whole thing sounded so sketchy. She's like, this seems like one of those websites where you're going to get scammed. But she did it. She went through with it. The application process, Kelly said, was really simple. You send in a headshot of yourself and your license or passport info to make sure you're a real person. And they want to know, like, if you're kind of good looking, you're not going to be a seat filler if you're some kind of troll. And she thought, what the heck, I'll try it. She created an account September 3rd. 3 days later, she got an email saying, approved. Suddenly, I was going to be a seat filler at the Emmys, Kelly said. And she had to book her own flight and a hotel, and she's not paid to do this. You got to cover all your own expenses. She said the flights weren't cheap, $600 round trip, Boston to LA. And the hotel was very expensive, the most expensive part of the deal. But she got to go to the Emmys. And she said there was a pre-Emmys, pre-show meeting where they told her the rules. The emails also spelled it out. She said, you're there to blend in, not stand out. You wear no colors, no red, yellow, no flashy colors. You're to wear dark. Men are asked to wear tuxedos or dark suits. Women, formal dresses, dark and simple. No red, no white, no frills, nothing too long. And you're not to stand out. You're taking the seat of somebody who probably paid about $25,000 to be there. No food, no alcohol. You're not allowed to purchase any food or any alcohol. If you're found with alcohol, you'll be removed. You're asked to fill a seat. When that person comes whose that seat belongs to, you have to immediately vacate the seat and find another one. And they'll tell you where to go to find it. But Kelly did all this, and she got to sit next to, not A-listers. She wasn't like quite right up front, but she sat next to B-listers, and she sat next to people she was pretty sure were some kind of movie writer or production people. And she enjoyed it. Would she do it again? She said, yeah. Had a great time. My life as a Emmys seat filler. Oh, and she did say the perfume in the green room, like beforehand, was overwhelming at the event. It's like every woman was wearing perfume. Every guy was wearing cologne. And she said she got a migraine just from the perfume smells. Don Day will be on in a moment, and we'll get a day weather forecast. He'll tell us if we are going to see a dusting of snow at some of the upper elevations. It's cold this morning. Freeze warning for some communities throughout the state. Cold start to the day, cold start to the week. But by the end of the week and the weekend and even next week looks pretty nice. Like comfortable, sort of an extension of summer, a little bit. Renee Jean's story about the YMCA going to shut down, close for good September 26th, 10 days. You've got to go to the Cheyenne YMCA. It's been serving people in the Wyoming's capital city for nearly 70 years, but it now has fallen into disrepair. They've band-aided it best they could. The pool was closed for a while, then it was open again, then it's closed. $8 million in repairs are what's needed. There's no way they're going to cover that with the 800 members that they have, unless the YMCA spokesperson said if 1,000 people join the YMCA tomorrow, maybe they could keep it going. Or if some donor came forward. But right now, the building's falling apart. There's not enough membership to operate the Y. Even though it's popular, the members that are there use it. They go use the weight room. They play basketball. They swim in the pool. But it looks like the end of the line for the YMCA in Cheyenne. After nearly 70 years serving the community, it will be closed for good coming up September 26th. Renee Jean has the story. She'll be on later today, and we'll chat with her about that and more. Grizzly bear disrupted an ultra marathon. A Wyoming runner who participates in these in bear country says, I always carry bear spray. Yeah, I would too. This ultramarathon trail running event took place in Alberta, Canada, where they have a bear or two for sure. A female grizzly with 2 cubs disrupted an ultramarathon in Canada late Sunday. She charged nearby campers and then followed them. The Divide 200 race had to be rerouted, but nobody was mauled, according to Trail Runner magazine. Campers at nearby Winnow Mountain Lake in Alberta were a little bit nervous. The race started Friday south of Calgary in southern Alberta. The race course was rerouted out of an abundance of caution. Yeah, you hate when you're running an ultra marathon and then you got to deal with a grizzly bear encounter. That'll put a little speed in your ultra marathon, though. If you were hoping for that late kick, if you were conserving energy and you're like, oh, I'm feeling real tired. I don't know how I'll get through these last 5 miles. Oh, there's a grizzly bear. Suddenly you turn in your best time ever for the ultra marathon. Mark Hines talked about one Wyoming ultra marathoner whose name escapes me. Joel Wilson, Goshen County resident, competitive trail runner, said he heard about the reports of the grizzly in Canada and he knows all about it. He's never done the Divide 200, but he's done other trail races through grizzly bear country. And he says, bear spray, got to have bear spray where you can reach it. There's no way he'd run an ultra marathon without the bear spray. It's as required as those people handing out cups of water when you're running. Let's get into the Zoom room and bring in our weather guy, Don Day, with the day weather forecast. Don, I don't know. Wind turbines bother earthworms. Did you see that story?
I did see that.
We're worried about earthworms now. Fishing's not very good for earthworms either. I don't know to what extent we want to make sure we don't harm the earthworms, but yeah, maybe we have to ban fishing. No matter what source of energy we try to use, it's some animal is going to be on the wrong end of it, I guess. Sage grouse, earthworms.
Yeah, a lot of birds are on the wrong end of a wind turbine as well.
Right. I mean, we don't want birds coming to eat the earthworms anyway if they get anywhere near the wind turbine. So this works out, I think. And also they say bugs don't like to be near wind turbine. And we got this kissing bug that's bringing shoggoths all over the place. And then the New World screwworm. Am I really a negative Nelly here? The sky is falling. I'm worried about bugs.
Sounds like you've been reading the news, which will do that to you.
I'm so worried. Pretty soon, though, we're going to get rid of all bugs in Wyoming. It's one good thing about Wyoming and bugs. We freeze them solid, dead cold here pretty soon, but not yet. Little chilly start to the morning. I hope you brought your tomatoes in or your hanging baskets, but towards the end of the week, looking better. Next week looks good too. What do you see?
Yeah, the storyline today is that a good part of the state is going to get wet, especially the central and the eastern part of the state. The system that was over the western side of the state yesterday, bringing the rain, is going to slowly move on to the other side of the state. So places like Laramie, Casper, Cheyenne, Wheatland, Torrington, Gillette, up to Buffalo, Sheridan, Sundance, you're going to have a really good chance of rain. And that will also hang around in the Wind River and Bighorn Basin areas, and then down into the south central parts of the state. Once the system clears, then the whole state, starting to some extent Thursday, but certainly by Friday and the weekend, it's going to have some really nice weather. I mean, we're talking 70s and 40s. I mean, that's Chamber of Commerce type weather conditions there. And there'll be a few showers this weekend, but mainly over the mountains. This is a weekend to check out the fall colors. This will be the first weekend to really go out and do that.
Because it'll be nice weather to do it, or because we're getting to peak? Is it peak?
No, I think it's impossible really to say there is a date that's the peak because it's so variable depending on where you are. And the changing colors with the aspens are so influenced by where they're growing, in terms of where they're getting the sun, where that local temperature pattern is. But if you look at the calendar, Saturday is September 20th. And anecdotally, my experience around here is that starting about this weekend up through that early first part of October, that first week of October is when they're the best. And if you get good weather to correspond with that, your odds of good weather in September are a lot better than early October. to
Yeah.
go up into the high country.
Yeah. I'm seeing some aspens, Chad. I'm seeing the golds and the reds. They're coming out. Yeah, this would be a good weekend to do
And
it.
it happens fast.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 minute they're green, the next day you're like, whoa, what happened?
It's usually your fault, Don, because it's a big windstorm that blows all the leaves off the tree. In one day, it's gone. You're right.
No, you know what blows off the aspen leaves are the wind turbines.
Dang it. The worms and aspen are not safe from those turbines. Thanks, Don.
Bye.
Day weather forecast. Yeah, could be a great weekend to go see the fall colors. Good weather to do it. Comfortable. T-shirt weather, probably. Go check out the fall colors. We're getting to peak, depending on where you are. Aspen, I don't know what it is that turns red. What is that? Sumac? Something turns red. Colors are out, though. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. I'll get this day in history when we come back after this break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
All aboard the Mayflower. Last call. What do they say when the ship's ready to go? They don't say last call. That's the bar closing, right? Or maybe they do. What do they say when the ship's about to leave port? Last call. The cruise ships today, you know, they blow the horn. Bong. And you better get back on the ship or it'll leave without you. It was this day in history that the Mayflower set sail with a bunch of pilgrims on it. Oh, I didn't know this. There's so many cool pieces of trivia. Here's a trivia question for Abby. Thursday, Ask Abby. The Mayflower, originally pilgrims setting sail on this day in history, 1620. September 16th, 1620, the day pilgrims set sail for the New World. Can you imagine the adventurous spirit of those people? You had never seen this land. You had never, you just, I guess you were so mad at the king and how he was doing stuff in England that you just were like, I'm out of here. Anything's better than this. What adventurous spirit the pilgrims had. This day in 1620, setting sail for a new land, sight unseen. And I learned this piece of trivia from the interwebs. Interwebs know everything. Pilgrims were originally meant to travel on two ships, the Mayflower and the Speedwell. But the Speedwell wasn't doing too well. In fact, it proved unseaworthy. It sank in the harbor. That had to be a bad omen. You got your ticket to ride, and you're like, yeah, 2 for the Speedwell? Yeah, it just sank. Oh, great. Good, better now than the middle of the Atlantic. So all the passengers who were going to be on 2 ships had to board the Mayflower. Can you say crowded? Yeah, it was like the Mayflower in 1620 had to look like a cruise ship today with just elbow to elbow. There's people everywhere. It's like a 3-hour wait for the buffet line on the Mayflower, all because the Speedwell sank before they could even get going. The Mayflower carried 102 passengers and about 30 crew members. The journey lasted, get this, across the Atlantic, 66 days a sea. Yeah, people had to be smelling kind of ripe by the time they landed in the rock. Where did the Mayflower land? On the Plymouth, Massachusetts. It first anchored in Provincetown Harbor on Cape Cod and then eventually landing on Plymouth Rock, of course, Massachusetts. 102 set sail. Here's Google, the favorite Google question. You know, people also ask section of the Googler, how many of the 102 Mayflower passengers survived? Good question. Siri's answer? Only 50 of the original 102 passengers survived the first winter. Yikes. Well, that's not a good success rate. I don't know how many died on the journey, if any. But, yeah, that first winter, of course. I mean, look, it's September 16th. And you set sail, it's going to take 66 days. So you arrive in Massachusetts as winter is coming. You got like a couple weeks to build your cabin. That seems ill-timed, the departure date. Sailing for 2 months, 3,000 miles. Conrad Humphreys, a professional sailor and skipper, said the boat would have been rolling like a pig. I don't know what that means. The smell and stench of illness and sickness below deck. Yes, 102 people crammed onto the Mayflower. But you think that the trip was bad. How about landing in Massachusetts what's 66 days from now? I mean, it's almost winter. The day the Pilgrims set sail, today, 66 days from now, they land in Massachusetts, and it's about to be winter. And they got nothing but the clothes on their back. Of course, it's going to be a harsh first winter. This day in 1810, Father Miguel Hidalgo y Castillo and several hundred of his parishioners seized the prison at Dolores, Mexico, making the beginning of the first significant Mexican rebellion against Spain. This day, 1810. Mexico began its fight for independence from Spain. This day, 1811, the Astorians renamed the Seed-Ski-Dee. I hate they did that. What a great name for a river. It's just fun to say. It means Prairie Hen River in Shoshone, some native Indian language. The Green River, as we know it today, was originally, the Indians called it the Seed-Ski-Dee, meaning prairie hen. It was temporarily this day changed to the Spanish River by the Astorians. In 1811, it would later finally be renamed to the river we know it as today, the Green River. This day, 1875, J.C. Penney Jr., founder of J.C. Penney's, which first opened its doors in Kemmer, was born in Hamilton, Missouri. Happy birthday, J.C. Penney, born today in Hamilton, Missouri, 1875. J.C. would eventually go on to open that first store in Kemmer. Coal mine explosion in Kemmer. This day, 1924, killed 55 people. 1940, this day, President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed into law the Selective Training and Service Act, which set up the first peacetime military draft in U.S. history. Also on this day, President Franklin Roosevelt orders the Army to begin mobilizing the entire National Guard for 1 year's training. 1947, the USS Wyoming was decommissioned, stricken from Navy rolls, and sold for scrap by October 30th. This day, 1950, the War Memorial Stadium opened in Laramie. Go Pokes. Boy, I didn't know it was that. The war is that old. 1950 this day, War Memorial first opened. And on this day in 1988, a Casper native pitched a no-hitter. Tom Browning, who could ever forget? Tom Browning, Cincinnati Reds pitcher, and one of the biggest names from Wyoming to ever go on and play professional baseball. Of course, we got Brandon Nimmo now with the New York Mets, but prior to that, Tom Browning was the guy from Wyoming that you point to saying there's a Wyomingite who made good in Major League Baseball. He pitched a perfect game on this day against the Los Angeles Dodgers while he was a Cincinnati Red. Tom Browning, who is from Casper. All these things happen on this day in history, September 16. It's time to rodeo. Let's go to the Western Ag Network and Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, another conversation with Mary Milben, who have sang the national anthem at 5 presidential inaugurations, including President Trump, on both occasions. Today, we talk about God and country and the relationship with rodeo. Mary Milben with some perspective on the roadshow. Coming up next. Stay close.
Cattle producers on September 16th, Western Video Market is headed back to the historic Haythorn Ranch near Ogallala, Nebraska for the 28th year. And this year's sale will kick off with several special program lots of yearlings and big wean calves from the far west, rolling into plains and Rocky Mountain calves and wean calves, featuring several high-quality consignments from throughout Nebraska, Colorado, and South Dakota. Stock cows and bred heifers also sell. For all the details and to watch the sale live, visit WVMCattle.com.
Ranchers, will you help 11-year-old Cowboy Grant Heaton find a cure for Duchenne muscular dystrophy? DMD is a rare genetic disease in juvenile boys that destroys all muscle. Grant's dad, Paul Heaton.
There's no cure, really anything we can do to stop it. So the only other way we could fight was for a cure.
Consign all or a portion of your cattle sales to the Calves to Cure DMD All-Class Cattle Auction on September 18th, the Billings Livestock Commission. Consigners will be entered to win a 6.5 Creedmoor. It's the Calves to Cure DMD sale, September 18th at BLS.
You've mentioned God and country a lot, and I was talking at the National Finals Rodeo a couple years ago to Mike Huckabee, and he said, "What's not to love about rodeo? You stand for the anthem, you love America, and you pray without apology." And the way the audiences have grown in the sport of rodeo, I think America, for at least a time, loved the connection between God and country.
Yes, and thank you for saying that, because we love Ambassador Huckabee and certainly all of the great work that he and leadership that he is doing as our U.S. ambassador to Israel, and his wonderful family that are certainly served our country in tremendous ways. But I love that quote that you said, because that truly represents American rodeo. It was so beautiful, Will, when I was standing on the little mount out in the middle of the arena at the Darby Rodeo and looking out, seeing all of the folks there, the thousands of folks that were there, all with a flag in their hand and waving the flag, during the course of singing the anthem, and when you sang God Bless America.
Our thanks to world-famous Mary Milben, the national anthem singer, as she is known, on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Back to the show and back out of the show. We got to take a break. Jackie Dorothy will be with us shortly. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. how to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
Seriously, no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Claire McFarland's story about an adopted son of a Colorado man sentenced to 24 years in prison for killing his dad after an argument. The dad wanted to have a talk with the adopted son, said maybe it's time you left the house, went out there on your own, discovered your own life. And James Jordan Bittner reacted with not quite what Dad was thinking, a gunshot to the head. Then he dumped the body up there around Mirror Lake Recreational Area in Wyoming. This happened 2 years ago. He was sentenced Friday to 24 years in prison. Albany County Sheriff Office reporting. Somebody found the body wrapped in a tarp on the 4th of July, 2024. Mirror Lake off Highway 130. That area was closed to visitors on the 4th of July weekend as law enforcement investigated. Piecing together cell phone records and eyewitnesses, witnesses who ran into the son, they figured out that James Bittner, 56-year-old of Colorado, was shot in the back of the head by his adopted son. James Bittner, who ultimately pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and in a plea deal was sentenced Friday to 24 years in prison. Claire McFarland's story of the Cowboy State Daily. Let's go to the Zoom room and welcome in Jackie Dorothy live from Thermopolis. Mate, you're not driving.
No, I was able to stop at the park. So I'm sitting under, looking at the stream or the Bighorn River and the hot springs.
Oh, nice.
I'm at the terraces today.
Very nice. I like it. You promised to introduce us to a Mr. Fix-It, and now we read all about the 87-year-old who is Mr. Fix-It. He can fix anything. Martin Andreen.
He's really good.
Cool guy.
He really is. What's fun is that he has progressed with the time. He's not just stuck back with the old machines. He'll repair the new ones. He talks about motherboards and the circuits, and it was so funny to hear an 87-year-old talk about a circuit being fried and how they have to repair it and replace it. He's just an amazing guy.
Yeah, and he, even if he's, not a machine that's old like he is, even as you say, if it's a newfangled machine, he'll figure it out. He's just one of those guys. I love these kind of guys. There's not enough of them, men and women, who can figure things. It doesn't matter what it is. They figure out why it doesn't work and they make it work. How do they do that?
He just continues to tinker. That's what he does. That's why he says they can't afford him by the hour. And he prefers it to be brought to his shop so that he can work on it for a couple of days and figure out what the problem is.
Yeah. So, he's not super fast, but he'll get the job done. Mr. Fix-It, Mr. Andreen, Martin Andreen, 87-year-old. I got to say, Martin, that it's time for a sign upgrade. His sign, I'm going to share a picture of it here in a second.
He was telling me he hand painted that, and that's when you started talking about his hands and how he had to hold one hand to be able to paint that sign.
Oh man,
That's a classic.
It's like the world's worst particle board or some kind of and his I mean, this is it's an indication that he probably doesn't overcharge you for the job he's going to do. Like, simple sign, Martin's Appliance Repairs and Sales, and the phone number. He's there in Thermopolis because I need to bring a washing machine over.
And he'll take it. You know, what's funny about this sign is he was explaining that when he first started his appliance business, it was sort of like a retirement. He sold his thrift store and he just started doing repair. And he thought, oh, I'll put up a sign. Well, he was told to relinquish his tax number, so he did. And then one of the tax ladies was driving by his house, stopped, reversed, and came in and said, you have a sign up, you're a business now. So that sign cost him a lot of money in taxes.
Well, if you don't have the money to pay, Martin, just get him a pack of Marlboros. That might work. But what a cool dude. Martin Anderson, 87-year-old, and one of the last of guys who fix large appliances. Really, we're such a throwaway society. Most people just prefer to junk it when the dryer, washer, whatever it is, refrigerator, but he can fix them. There's not many people who even know how to fix this stuff. And then because he's been doing it a while, he's amassed some parts. That's the key. You can't find parts for this stuff. So he'll hook you.
He definitely has it. And in fact, we brought him a washer and just said, keep it for parts.
Yeah.
And I'll walk you through how this works. So he had a washer all set up and he was going through it and he was detailing. He thought it was the motor. He thought it was this. And it turned out it was a red wire that had wiggled loose and would continue to wiggle loose. And that took him quite a while to figure it out, but it was a simple solution. And there it was. He had a working washer.
Yeah.
And that's the patience it takes.
That's what I was going to, it's patience. And even if you or I or somebody who had some skills and we could figure out how to read schematics and understand that, we wouldn't have the patience to keep trial and error. Like, why won't this work? I give up. Yeah, he finds this loose wire. Yeah.
Amazing guy. And I think we're very grateful. I mean, and I hear he makes good peanut butter brinkle. What is that called?
Brickle?
Peanut butter. Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So he's very talented.
And the key to longevity, he's still working at 87-year-old, smoking Marlboros and eating peanut brickle.
Yes.
Way to go. Secret to life.
That's what we have to aspire to.
Jackie, you also had another story that this headline doesn't make sense. It sounds like it could be me, though. If someone was going to talk someone to death, that might be me. 4 hours every weekday. Wyoming history that time. Old Jim Gregory literally talked a man to death. How was that possible?
It's rather funny. When I first came across this story, I'm like, what in the world? So I started doing a deep dive on each of the individuals in the story. Each of those people are real people that were around Fort Steele in the late 1800s. They actually went on. They were very prominent in their area. It was a judge, and I found a new word, a granger. So that story is coming soon because I had have you ever heard of a granger, by the way?
No. Like being an occupation or something? A granger?
It was ranchers who were protesting the railroad taking their prime land. It was a movement.
Okay.
And they were official, and that was what he was, a prominent granger. So I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm working actually with the American Heritage Center to get some more information on this guy and find out about this little quirk of history that we should know about.
Yeah.
Who would have thought there was a grangers? So I'm sure some of our readers and people out there have heard of it, but I certainly hadn't.
Yeah. And you tend to do that a lot, Jackie. As you're researching one story, you're like, wait a minute, there's another story. Yeah. I don't know if you're easily distracted or what, but you've got a good sense. Like you saw this Granger and you're like, what's that? Here comes another.
With the story on hand, what I did is I wanted to see if there was any truth to it. And what I was saying is every character in that story was a real person, and they were really there at Fort Steele. So this episode most likely happened, and the author took a comical twist. You know, this is during Bill Nye's time, and we talked about him, Mark Twain. So he took this story of O.P. Johnson being talked to death by Jim Gregory, old Jim. So you need to read it. It's one of those things where you're like, yep, there was talkers even back then.
It's it's pretty. It does remind me a lot of that dry humor of Bill Nye, best talker in Wyoming, talked to death. Great story. How did you first bump onto this one? You were probably looking at another story when this one caught your eye.
I was. I can't even remember what story. I think it was about another story I'm working on. And this one is about how these South Pass miners at Miners Delight squandered $1.5 million. That one's coming next.
Ooh.
They know that they pulled out of the ground over $1 million, and they spent it all basically on partying. They went, and there's some great stories that illustrate what they did. And there were so many different sources. I found in the newspaper, firsthand accounts, all of these that verified that indeed Miners Delight, those miners that had it, just went through that money fast.
Whenever there was a big strike, whether it was gold or whatever, the only people that made money was the house of ill repute and whoever sold you the pickaxes. You know, the supplies.
I was just going to say, all of our banks in Thermopolis, DuBois, and Lander were founded by Eugene Amoretti, and he made his fortune selling brooms and other supplies to these miners in Atlantic City. So it's exactly what you said. The ones that really made the money were not the miners themselves. Right. You rarely hear about a miner that is rich. It was the people that benefited from the miners. Rich.
All right. Anything else you're working on, Jackie, we got to be ready for?
Well, I just got back from the Wyoming Historical Society annual meeting, and I met, oh my goodness, I'm going to use the word plethora, because I came back overwhelmed by the amount of stories I've uncovered. Everything from a guy that trained under Don Keene, the leather maker, and Jim Jackson is amazing. He even has his own maker's mark that Don Keene gave him. And I met him, a rare bookseller, and then the stories. There's so many stories in Sheridan, and I'm excited to be able to share that in the coming weeks. And I'm going to say weeks because there were so many people I met that are involved with history, the museums. I've never been to the Britain Museum. Yes, I came off a history high.
Yeah.
That museum was worth the visit. And the food, I swear, I had the best brunch of my life at the Britain.
Wow. Look at you. Tons of stories, well fed. And Britain, that's on my bucket list too. I got to get to that.
That's where you go. My favorite part of that was going into the leather shop. He's got it all set up, and you can watch this master leather craftsman. And he showed us exactly how his craft and how he makes those beautiful Sheridan design. And he was part of that movement that came up with their own leather design. And he goes to Japan, and he's known internationally. Amazing artist.
Fantastic, Jackie. We'll be looking forward to all those stories. Have it's not the weekend yet for you. We'll see you again on Thursday. Thanks for the stories. Have a great day.
You as well. See ya.
Jackie Dorothy of the Cowboy State Daily. Check out her story on Martin Andreen, the 87-year-old Mr. Fix-It in Thermopolis. He might be the last guy who is a large appliance repairman. You can't find a Maytag repairman these days anymore. So rare. Martin will fix it. It may take a while. He doesn't charge by the hour. You'd never be able to afford him. But he'll fix it. And how about Jackie's story of Wyoming history? That time old Jim Gregory literally talked a man to death. Late 1800s. Jackie has the story. Let's take a break. But we don't have time for a break. And we're almost up to the top of the hour here. We have to take a news break. I do want to hit some more stories from the Cowboy State Daily. When we come back, we're going to talk about no more about the kissing bug. I'm done with the bug. How about that YDOT rule that may help ATVers, ORVers. DMAD calls them ORVers. I just call them four-wheelers, but a lot of people do the Razor. Evanston is down there in some popular over-the-road ORV country, and YDOT may make a rule change that'll allow you to cross highways in order to access more trails. Yeah, we'll talk about that next hour. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. A Wyoming state legislator and at least one parent say it's inappropriate to allow a male custodian at a local elementary school to cross-dress on the job and be called by she, her pronouns. House District 38 Representative Jamie Leon of Casper lobbied the Natrona County School District Board last week regarding this issue. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Leon's stated purpose was to ask the school board what's happening with the staff member and if they are willfully neglecting state law.
The state rep in Casper, Jamie Lean, appeared at the school board last week voicing concern about a cross-dressing custodian who, when kids started the new school year, asked students to call them by she, her pronouns and also dressed as a woman. And previously, this parent is saying her 10-year-old knew him as a man.
The parent's Facebook post about the issue drew 430 responses, with many supporting her stand and others challenging her for calling out the custodian and raising the issue. Researchers have confirmed the presence of kissing bugs that carry a deadly disease in Wyoming. Kissing bugs can carry a parasite that causes the Chagas disease, which leads to irreparable heart or digestive problems if the disease is not caught and treated early enough. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that while the Wyoming Department of Health has not yet seen any instances of Chagas in the state, kissing bugs have been confirmed in at least 32 states so far, including right here in Wyoming.
There's several species of this kissing bug. They're not going to try to feed on you while you're awake. They wait until you're asleep. The rest of you is probably covered up, right? But your face is right there. And the lips are very blood-rich, thin skin, easy for them to get a nice meal, and so hence the name kissing bug.
The CDC says the parasitic disease is often fatal if not treated and can linger in a body for years. The widow of the Wyoming businessman who kick-started Turning Point USA announced a $1 million donation to the organization on Sunday in the wake of group leader Charlie Kirk's shooting death and his wife's tearful response. When at age 18, Charlie Kirk co-founded Turning Point USA, Wyoming philanthropist Foster Freeze wrote an early check to the organization for $10,000. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Lynn Freeze's contribution is 100 times larger than that.
Now we have an entirely different dynamic post-shooting of widow to widow, where Lynn Freeze saw Erica Kirk's just very emotional, very resolved address to the country me a couple days after her husband's death. And she decided, well, since you guys are getting all sorts of new chapters, I'm going to go ahead and cut $1 million check to support those.
Charlie Kirk's podcast producer on Sunday announced that TPUSA received more than 32,000 inquiries over the weekend to start new campus chapters. The University of Wyoming already has a Turning Point USA chapter. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
The first day of fall isn't for another week, but the first signs of winter can already be seen covering the highest points of Wyoming. Drivers making the Monday morning commute over Togety Pass were greeted by a flurry of light, wet snow near Wind River Lake. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that shorter days and longer nights are contributing to snow-friendly conditions.
Getting snow on Togety Pass or in the Beartooth Highway, that's not unusual for mid-September. I think the thing that stresses people out is this the trendsetter? Is this the change that's coming? And from what we're looking at, probably not. That seasonal change where it is going to get colder and snowier probably isn't going to happen for another few weeks. So getting snow at the highest points of Wyoming in mid-September when days are getting shorter, nights are getting longer, and temperatures are getting cooler, that's just par for the course in mid-September in Wyoming.
A dusting of snow has already been spotted in mountain ranges across western Wyoming, and between 1 and 6 inches of snow is expected to fall in the Beartooth Highway between Monday night and Wednesday. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Tuesday. Mark Hines will pop in here in a second. There he is. We'll talk about grizzly bears, maybe bugs. I don't know. Let's get into the Zoom room with Mark. Mark Hines.
Jake, what's up?
You know, the thing with those ultra marathons is it's a long course, and you get tired towards the end, and you want to have that late kick for the last few miles. And getting chased by a grizzly bear ought to do it. You know, there
you go.
That'll help your time.
There you go. There's your argument for more, not fewer grizzly bears in the vicinity of ultra marathons. I think you've made your case.
Not surprising to see that an ultra marathon trail runners in Alberta, Canada had to reroute late Sunday when a grizzly bear with some cubs charged some nearby campers. Yeah, that'll put a little detour in your ultra marathon, I think.
Yeah, and those things are. Yeah, you're right. That is really a next level sporting event. I mean, there's, we have it every June up in the Bighorns, which is that's a world class event. That's definitely on the map. And those races go everything from, I think the shortest is around 18 miles all the way up to the 100 milers, which, I mean, those folks are out there, I think, for like 2 days. It's nothing I'd ever want to try.
Yeah, and they're out there. I know somebody who does that, and they're also on the search and rescue here in Teton County. So a lot of search and rescue will go out in a snow machine or a four-wheeler or a helicopter, and then these people pound the ground. They're like, "I'm going to run up this trail," and more often than not, they find whoever they're looking for because they're on the ground and they just run, man, like 30 miles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
whoa.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's taking things to the next level, and it's like the guy said, just if you're going to do it in grizzly country, just carry bear spray.
Yeah,
like you would doing any other activity in that neck of the woods. So
yeah, makes sense. Good plan. What about your story about outdoor enthusiasts? Are a little bit worried about the too fast of a change, too fast of a repeal of the BLM's public lands rule. We know our own Wyoming delegates are saying that we got to redo the rule, and but are we putting wildlife at risk? I wonder.
Yeah, I think that's the argument that's being made, that it's too much, too fast, and then also really that it's it's that age old. Gripe that comes from this part of the world, that rather than sweeping changes coming down from the top, whether it's one administration implementing these rules or the other administration coming along and trying to eliminate them, that the best solutions are done by people talking at the local and state level. Where the actual people with boots on the ground and skin, with stake in what happens, sit down and hash it out. And the one gentleman pointed to the the idea to set aside and preserve Greater Little Mountain as an example of that, because I've written about that before. We've had articles about that before, but that was one instance where everybody came to the table: the environmentalists, the oil people, the ranchers, the hunters. Everybody came to the table, and they, there was all kinds of disagreement about the rest of the Rock Springs RMP, but everybody was able to agree that the Greater Little Mountain is special, so let's set that aside. And so again, to wrap it up, I think that's what a lot of people are saying is like, hey, instead of having, one administration do this and the next administration go, we're going to do this. Hey, why don't you let us figure it out? So,
Yeah, that seems to be, the best policy is made when everyone has a seat on the table, everybody's got skin in the game, rather than having, two different administrations play tug of war over there in Washington, D.C. Like,
and I think one could say that is the case, that it's just, one president gets in and he wants things all one way, and then the next one, just wants to undo everything the last one did. And maybe people are getting a little tired of that. I don't know. But that's what some people are saying. But like I said, our delegates are saying, hey, this is a great idea. This was a bad policy that was put in by the last administration, so we're getting rid of it. So there's an argument to be made that way as well.
Mark Hines' story that came out on September 13th should just be further evidence to not bring an animal to the bar. When are we going to learn, especially not a Gila monster?
No, the Gila monster.
Stop bringing animals to the bar. I mean,
what a Corral. He had a reason for doing that. That retired federal game warden, who he started his career. He ended up in Casper and worked as a Fed. He worked Wyoming, Montana for decades, but he started his career down in New Mexico, and where there is, especially at that time, a really robust reptile black market, and Gila monsters were really, Europeans loved them for some reason. Those darn Euros wanted their Gila monsters, and so he talked about that tactic where he'd put one in a cooler, to make it, because they're reptiles, are cold-blooded creatures. So he'd make it lethargic by putting it in a cooler and sticking it on his arm and walking into the bar with it, in the hopes of reeling in, shady characters. that was his in. That was his way of getting into the reptile rings. But I asked him, so how long was the Gila monster safe? And he said, about a beer and a half. After about a beer and a half, it was time to get out of there because the Gila monster was going to wake up and it wasn't going to be happy.
Right. So. Things will go bad. Yeah.
But yeah.
You never had to have the bartender cut him off. His lizard cut him off. Like, I got to go.
Yeah.
Good point.
And the other one that was hysterical, he said one of those, one of the shady dealers he was trying to embed himself with got bitten by a Gila monster. And he said, and I asked him, what did the guy do? And he said, he just sat down and drank tequila till he felt better. And it's just, that's just the way they did things back then, I guess. I don't know.
The 1970s bar stories. We could do a whole series on that.
Tequila fixes everything.
Right. The antidote for the Gila monster is tequila. Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, I don't understand this. Your story about wildfire crews can finally mask up. The Forest Service lifted a decades-long ban. Why did they ban masks for firefighters?
The argument was that they were cumbersome and they would cause people to overheat. And I have some semi-direct experience with that. In my past life, I was in the food logistics, the warehouse system at the University of Wyoming, which could be a pretty darn physical job. And during the pandemic, we were expected to wear masks at work, and I could attest that doing heavy work with a mask on, man, you feel it. It does heat you up really. And of course, what I was doing was pretty physical, but nothing compared to what a wildland firefighter does. So that was the Forest Service's argument: is that they impede people to the point where they're weakening them, and when someone on a fire crew is weakened, it not only endangers them, it endangers the entire crew. Because the crew's only going to be as responsive and as strong as its weakest member. So that was the Forest Service's reasoning for that. But then they started getting a raft of, just continual crap over all the gentleman from Lander who has COPD at a, shockingly young age, and guys coming down with, various cancers and other ailments from sucking in smoke all the time. And, the reasoning was, hey, structure firefighters, your classic city firemen, they wear masks, they wear respirators. And so what's the reasoning of leaving the wildland firefighters out there sucking smoke all day long and a lot of them getting sick? So I think tensions finally, if I understand what happened, tensions finally got to the point where the Forest Service said, okay, we're not going to mandate masks, but we will make them available for those who wish to wear them. So
that sounds like a good solution. Let firefighters decide for themselves what they want to protect and what their ability to breathe. Yeah. All right. Good stories, Mark. Appreciate it. We'll see you again in a couple days. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Absolutely. Hang in there.
Have a great Tuesday.
Bye. You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along on this Tuesday. Mark Hines with those stories you should check out. Repealing the BLM public lands rule could undermine wildlife efforts, some advocates say. The idea that the best policy is made when everybody hashes out a compromise, not when new political administrations take office and just yank everything this way and then that way. Good story from Mark Hines. Read about the 1970s. The 70s, man, where things were crazy and you just brought your dangerous, toxic reptile into the bar. Why not? Because if it bit somebody, all you got to do is increase your tequila consumption. You'll be fine. Wildfire crews can finally mask up now. U.S. Forest Service lifted a decades-long ban on masks for wildland firefighters. And read about the ultra marathon trail runners in Alberta, Canada. The Divide 200 race had to be rerouted, according to Trail Runner magazine. Mark Hines wrote the story about that race in Canada. It was a grizzly bear with 2 cubs, and she was bothering campers, and the fear of this Maybe the trail runners would run right through her path. They had to reroute that race, but competitive trail runner, Goshen County resident Joe Wilson said, yeah, you're going to run into grizzlies now and then doing ultra marathons. Bring your grizzly bear spray. Let's take a break on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back. Stay there.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Kevin Meyer will be with us in a moment because it's Tuesday. Our resident cowboy from Douglas. We'll make some horse sense of this world. You'll see. Rob wants to know if that's my first pot of coffee. Yeah, I knocked down one pot and it had no effect. I'm so tired. No hat today. No. I don't have the energy to put a hat. I definitely need one, though. It's a hat kind of the day for Jake. Thankfully, everybody in Radio Land does not have to be subject to the hair today. Again, the top story is the Lynn Freeze announcement that she was going to drop a cool $1 million on Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. That's pretty cool. I mean, after all, it was Foster Freeze, the late Foster Freeze, that really started Turning Point USA and gave some seed money to Charlie Kirk, $10,000 worth. That was all those years ago. And then Lynn Freeze announced Sunday in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination that she was going to write $1 million check for Turning Point USA. That's pretty cool. The Freezes, Lynn and Foster, I mean, they've been doing that for decades, just giving money away and to whatever causes. They're so charitable. Okay, Zoom room time. Kevin Myers here. Let me get him in here. We used to have a fancy play-in song for Kevin, but we can't. We can't use the Wiley and the Wild West, Kevin.
Well, you've always had pretty good taste in music anyway, no matter what the people from last week's wedding say when the bills were down.
I had a wedding last night. It was good. Good music. Fun time, but it was late.
Did you wear your new straw hat?
Oh, no, I went with a felt because it was like 58 degrees, 58, 60, rainy. Straw days might be over in Jackson. Douglas, you can stretch out a few more weeks, maybe.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, because it looks like our straw hat days are really, really numbered.
They're winding down, and I got that new one from Lou Taubert. The American hats. What did I got an American? They run small. I gotta say, just a heads up if you ever want to go for an American hat. But I went.
Yeah, today definitely feels like fall here in Douglas. It's but just for the special occasion, I'm not giving up that straw until I absolutely have to.
Now you probably get another. Later in the week's going to be good. Next week will be pretty hot for Douglas. You'll be hot. So yeah, you got 2 more weeks of straw, and then you're going to have to switch over. How's Douglas Bearcats doing? Your kid, I finally got to watch the football game between Douglas and Jackson. I listened to what's his name call the game, as I also watched it on NFHS. I tried to match them up, and your boy made some plays.
He had a really good game.
Yeah.
That was a fun game for him. Then, unfortunately, he pulled a muscle and he missed last week at Cody, and that didn't turn out so good for the Bearcats. But knock on wood, he's for the most part healed up, back at practice, so he should be back on the field when they get to Powell this Friday.
Okay. So that just shows the coach and everybody else they're going to need him on the field. That's why they lost to Cody. Cody's not as good as they've always been. They're vulnerable. Powell's having a down year. You should be able to handle Powell, Douglas.
Well, that's good news. I appreciate the info. I'll pass that on and let the kids get a little bit of get a little bit too big for their helmets.
Well,
maybe.
you tell them like they can cut their weight room time in half and practice. Maybe they'll beat Powell pretty easily. I'm sure.
Nah, don't watch the film. It's just football. You know what it looks like.
Right. So what's going on in news that's caught your eye? Of course, like we had the hugest news weekend or late last week, Charlie Kirk. I talked to people yesterday at the wedding. I talked to the wedding planner. Here's what the wedding DJ and the wedding planner talk about as you're getting married. You know, the ceremony's happening, and the wedding planner and I were talking about our disgust over the stabbing of that Ukrainian refugee. I still can't get over that. I am so mad about that. That there's no way that happens in Wyoming, Kevin. You know what I'm talking about? Did you see the video of the train stabbing?
Unfortunately, I have. And that I agree with you, but in both the Charlie Kirk situation and that stabbing situation, not only am I very disturbed and angry about that it even happens, but I'm really, really disappointed in where our culture has unfortunately turned across the nation, and specifically on big time media and social media. Just the sheer wide sweeping crazy things that people are saying on both sides. It just is absolutely insane that what gets forgotten in all this is that some people lost their lives. Parents lost children. Children lost their parents. Take all the politics out of it. We're really talking about the senseless killing of people, and just the reactions is what has really disturbed me.
Yeah, it's almost worse than The Thing. I mean, The Thing is horrific enough. Charlie Kirk is shot in the throat while he's just doing his thing, while he's just talking, dialoguing. That's bad enough. But you're right. Not even an hour later, there's just stupid things in response. You see online or whatever, people just opening their mouths, saying the wrong things, getting fired for it or whatever. It's the reaction of the Charlie Kirk thing. Terrible, terrible. I don't know where this country is going, but it's not good.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but it is interesting to me, and I don't know. You're in the media, so you have more of an insight than I do. But it seems to me that anytime anything happens, everybody just rushes in front of that camera and they just start talking, and they don't have barely any information, but yet they're going to spout out what they consider facts about who did it, why they did it, how they did it. And okay, I know they need to fill airtime, but what they never do, or very seldom do, is come back later when they are proven to be wildly wrong, and say, you know what, I got that wrong. I was going off my best instinct, but America, I am sorry if I misled you. I was wrong about that. No, they'll just double down and keep going with it. And when I say that, I'm talking about both sides of the media political system.
Yep. It's embarrassing. Mainstream media is to blame, but also there were a lot of people that just spouting off on social media. Like, did you see all the in just hours after the shooting, like not even days later, a reasonable amount of time, hours after, there are people spreading information about, they dissecting the video of the Charlie Kirk shooting. They're like, watch the guy behind Charlie Kirk. He signals to the shooter to shoot now. And it's just crazy, like conspiracy theory junk. Just distracting from, Charlie Kirk getting assassinated. And
yes, and I saw that one that you're talking about, and much like you and I have both worked, not security, but we've both worked different events to where we didn't really have security, but we did have a stage, and we had people on the stage, and you're kind of trying to control a crowd, albeit a much smaller crowd. To me, you can make a conspiracy out of that if you want, but to me, that looked like a security team member signaling another security team member about someone in the crowd or something in the crowd, you get in those big security areas like that. It's not like you see on the movies and whatnot. Not every security team has the little mic in their wrist and the earpiece. Sometimes they have to use hand signals and whatnot. So, but I agree. And if you remember back to the assassination attempt on Trump, that video was dissected 6 ways to Sunday about, well, this person held their mouth in this certain way, so they must have been part of it, or this person got down before the shooting started, or, whatever. And that is one of the bad parts of social media is everybody in this country absolutely has the right to their opinion. I just wish that some people would not think as highly of their opinion because they don't need to put it out there.
Right. It's this influencer thing I was talking about the other day. For a while, it was everybody needed to see what you were eating for dinner. There was photos of your food on the table. Like, we don't need to share everything, man. Keep it to yourself. But that train stabbing, if that happens in Wyoming, if I'm on that train, that dude does not get off that train. There'll be no need to assemble a jury. There'll be no need to pay lawyers for a lengthy court. That guy does not leave the train. And no one did anything. Everybody just sat there.
And that is something that, is way out of my purview. But you lived in New York City for a long time, and you always hear stories about, New Yorkers, you just mind your own business. You don't want to get involved. And is that kind of what you saw on that video of that train? Is people I just don't want any part of this?
Totally. That is a New York thing where you don't make eye contact with anyone. You don't acknowledge anything happening. But at some point, you got to take that wall down and say, did that just happen? Like, what the? But yeah, it is a big city mentality where you mind your own business to the point where you don't mind someone getting stabbed to death right next to you, someone dying, bleeding out right next to you. Yeah, that's taking it to the extreme for sure.
Yeah, and I think that is so hard for probably every citizen of Wyoming to understand, that you don't jump in when you see something heinous like that. It's I've seen many a bar fight start over something like that. Somebody sees something that they don't like, so they intervene. Now, keep in mind, I saw that happen from the Bible study across the street where I was.
What?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the only place I've ever seen a bar fight from, because certainly I've never engaged in any sort of anything like that.
No. Right. I understand. Last night, my wedding was at Diamond Cross Ranch, which is getting to be kind of famous online. They sell a bunch of swag now. It's sort of a real ranch, but kind of bougie and Hollywoody. You know who they had the other day? They had Vogue magazine in, Kevin, and they had Kendall Jenner and Gigi Hadid, two models, if you're familiar with either of those two young ladies. And let me tell you, all the wranglers at the ranch quickly volunteered to be the ones that be on that day. Who wants to work the Gigi Hadid, Kendall Jenner photo shoot? I do.
Yeah. Exactly. I can remember one time at Lost Creek Ranch, there was a rumor that they were going to do a negligee photo shoot with the Victoria's Secrets models. And I tell you what, there was a lot of excited employees there for a couple weeks. Unfortunately, it fell through, but I often wonder how many of those people who were working there, those young kids at that time, now that they are middle-aged, tell that story different and tell it as if it actually happened.
Right. Just change it up a little. Actually, so I heard from the Wranglers, and I talked to like the head Wrangler dude yesterday, who is got a fiance. They're going to be married soon, and they both work out there at the ranch. I asked him, were you around. And I said, how short of a leash were you kept on by the girlfriend when those two ladies were on the ranch? And he's like, oh yeah, she had eyes on me 24/7.
Oh yeah. That's funny.
But they all said that the girls could ride, especially Kendall. But they said they rode really well, like surprisingly well, and got to respect that. They're not just
sure, absolutely. And I'm pretty sure that Gigi is the one that's dating a cutter down in Texas.
Is that right?
Aiden Banuelos. Yeah. I believe she's the one that is dating Aiden Banuelos, who's one of the top cutting horse riders, trainers in the country right now, which, of course, that has caused a pretty big hubbub amongst the cutting horse industry.
Gigi's not hard to look at. So look at you bringing the page 6 knowledge here, TMZ.
Well, yeah, you got to keep up on this stuff if you're going to be a big media star such as myself.
Wow. I had no idea. Yeah. What else is going on in the news? Anything?
Well, you kind of hit on it with Mark about the grizzly bears for the ultra marathon runners.
Oh, yeah.
And I took a little bit different take on it. Because now, the X Games is a big thing and everything needs to be extreme, and it's extreme bull riding and extreme this, extreme that. I say we start caging up some of them bears and just different spots along the ultra marathon track. Just go ahead and release them. I think that would make things just a little bit more interesting. That would make an ultra marathon actually something people would want to watch on television.
Mm-hmm. That's a boring race when you think about it. Hundreds of miles out there running in the middle of nowhere. Yes, factor in a few grizzly bears. And this time of year, they're a little hungry. That's a good idea. Certainly is going to improve times. That's what I suggested to Mark. Like if your time for what was this race? The something 200, whatever the record time is for this race, I'm sure the records would fall quickly when you had bears stationed at different points. Yeah.
It would definitely bring a new definition to runner's high.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I like that idea. Kevin Meyer suggests we place grizzly bears at ultra marathon. And then when they hand out the cups of water, like those should be sometimes water, sometimes tequila. Sometimes you never know what you'll get.
I have long said that there's very few things that tequila can't fix.
More tequila on Tequila Tuesday. Kevin, enjoy yourself. Good luck for the Douglas Bearcats against Powell. You guys are going to crush them.
Well, we'll hope so. We'll check in next week.
All right, buddy. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We're going to take a quick break. I'll be right back with more after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. A woman accused of trying to kill her husband with a Bailey's bottle. Bailey's, like, it was a very large Bailey's bottle. Weighed about 6 pounds. What kind of Bailey's is 6 pounds? I have to know more. Your instrument Bailey's Irish Cream. This has to be the mega size. Yeah, when you're looking around for that weapon to knock off your husband, it used to be the frying pan. That's what the woman reached for in the old days when he was just too much. And you come at him with a frying pan, right? He came home late from the bars again. After you told him to come home right after work, you grabbed the frying pan. Well, Linda Malone, 65-year-old, grabbed this 6-pound Bailey's bottle and whacked her disabled husband over the head with it. The Green River woman, former school counselor, is charged Thursday, that was last week, with attempted second-degree murder and 3 counts of abusing a vulnerable adult. She's being held on a $300,000 cash bond. The investigation began Tuesday when Malone herself called 911 to say her husband had been hit in the face. I love that. You just remove yourself from the action completely. Hit by the bottle you were holding, allegedly. But yeah, you call 911 and you're just going to leave that part out. My husband's been hit in the face and has facial abrasions. And cops showed up and quickly pieced things together, including piecing the husband back together. But the bottle was a, quote, very large Bailey's bottle made of glass full of fluid, presumably Irish cream. Bailey's Irish cream weighed about 6 pounds. Dang. Yeah, that story from Claire McFarland, and it's in the Cowboy State Daily. Another story from Claire about the couple in Teton County that is suing over affordable housing payment, which they claim is simply extortion. A judge has made a ruling that will allow the couple that is building a home on their property to sue the county over a claim extorted permit fees for a building they wanted to do on their property. Vernon, Trey, and Shelby Sharp filed civil lawsuit back in May. In fact, we had their lawyer on this show way back when, and the lawyer was pretty convinced he had a good case. I remember talking to him. They had to pay $24,325 fee to the Teton County government back in 2022. That money was part of affordable housing mitigation. So whenever you build something in Teton County, you have to account for the fact that it will attract, more people that need housing, even if it's your own private property and you just want to put on an accessory home or something. So over $24,000 in housing fees, and the homeowners thought this is nothing more than extortion, really. Too much, unfair. And they challenged it. They sued the county. A judge looked at it and said, yeah, you got a case. And so Claire McFarland updates us on that story. You can check it out in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a game and fish timeout. Check in with Ray Hageman on what's going on with the Wyoming Game and Fish.
The Wyoming Game and Fish Department's Commercial Fishing Boat Advisory Board has agreed on several new recommendations to be brought to the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission. That's next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department's Commercial Fishing Boat Advisory Board agreed on several recommendations to approve changes to the state's proposed Chapter 71 regulations. These changes agreed with department recommendations to address concerns about fees, reporting, and boat registration. Board members reviewed a presentation that summarized public comments gathered from meetings throughout the state. The board expressed agreement with the need to balance the cost of administering the program with fees charged to outfitters, noting a concern that high fees could deter participation, especially from smaller operators and part-time guides. A motion to recommend the department keep fees at the lowest feasible level while still covering administrative costs passed unanimously. The board also discussed several solutions to issues raised by the public and members of the outfitting community, including registration. The board agreed the registrant of a boat or trailer does not necessarily need to be the owner, which provides greater flexibility for outfitters who use multiple boats or need to borrow a trailer. Also, decal transferability. The board approved a motion to recommend the registration decals be made transferable between watercraft. This allows outfitters to only pay for the number of boats they have on the water at one time, rather than for each individual boat they own. Also, documentation. To comply with the statute that requires stickers to be affixed to the boat and the trailer, the board recommended a system that would include a dashboard slip as a supplemental document, which would clarify whether a boat is on a commercial or private trip. This also would address issues with borrowed trailers and stickers being damaged or tampered with. The final revised regulations will be submitted to the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission at its meeting in Lander. There will be additional opportunities for public comment at that time. Be sure to check the Wyoming Game and Fish website for additional opportunities for public comment. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, we're moving along on a Tuesday. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's always good for a laugh now and then. She's pretty outlandish. Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about the state of the state, this State of the Union today, the United States, and we're so divided. And as Kevin Meyer and I were talking about the Charlie Kirk shooting or the Ukrainian stabbing, train stabbing, whatever it is, we're a nation that is really having problems. This is not the United States that many of us recognize. And the cure, Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks, is for the country to be split up. Marjorie Taylor Greene, representative from Georgia, Republican, said there needs to be a national divorce. That's the term she used. She said there's nothing left to talk about. And she kind of made statements like this back in February of 23 when she wrote on X, "We need a national divorce." She's still saying that. Marjorie Taylor Greene says we need to separate red states and blue states. The red states can all be what they want to be, whether that's the United Red States of America, and the blues can be with the blues. And Marjorie Taylor Greene says, everyone I talk to says this. We need to separate red states and blue states and shrink federal government. Everyone I talk to says this, says Greene. From the sick and disgusting woke culture issues shoved down our throats to the Democrats' traitorous America Last policies, we are done, said Marjorie Taylor Greene. And she's looking at the latest, the assassination of Charlie Kirk and how the nation has behaved in the aftermath of that. And she said the only cure for America now is to be split up. She's talking avoid civil war, just cede. Red states stay together. It would work, except we have like blue states way over on the East Coast, and then we have blue states on the West Coast. So it's weird. But then in the middle, we have all these red states, especially out west. I don't know, but she said she no longer feels safe. Nobody feels safe anymore, says Marjorie Taylor Greene. The only solution is to split up the United States. Top 10 party schools. The research is done. The polls are in. I don't know who had to rank these. What a fun job to find the nation's best party schools. We're talking about colleges. Coming in at number 10, University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign in Champaign, Illinois. Okay. Howard University, predominantly black university, right? Historically black university. Named the 9th best party school in the United States. First time they've made it in the top 10. Congrats. University of Georgia, Athens. Go Dogs. Dogs just beat Tennessee in a big upset. Georgia makes the list at number 8. Surprise at number 7, I think, Syracuse University in Syracuse, New York. That's in my neck of the woods. Big Orange makes the top 10 list at number 7. The number 6 biggest party school in the U.S. is Alabama. Whenever you go to Tuscaloosa, remember to wear red. Roll Tide. Alabama comes in at number 6, party school. Number 5, University of Wisconsin-Madison. Yeah, there's not much to do at Wisc-Madison. Drinking high on the list. Number 5, party school. Number 4, and we go out to California. Not a surprise. USC, University of Southern California in Los Angeles, makes the list at number 4. Tulane University down there in Nolens. Yeah, Tulane, they know how to party. They come in at number 3. Second biggest party school in the United States, Florida State University in Tallahassee, Florida. The second best party school in the rankings. And number 1, drum roll, University of California, Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara, number 1 party school. After all, they're not really learning anything at UC Santa Barbara, I don't think. Right up there with UC Berkeley, right? UC Santa Barbara, #1 party school. I'm not sure who did the actual surveying or who did. Insider magazine. Okay, Insider ranked the top party schools in the U.S. Congrats to all the schools that made it, and you make mom and dad proud with your tuition money. What do I still have to get to? We were going to have a guest, so I'm like stalling for time, but we're up against the top of the hour now, so there's not going to be time for a guest. But we do have bunch more guests coming on soon. Let's talk about Jackson Walker's story. Laramie County Sheriff's Office wants to add robots to their arsenal. Sheriff Brian Kozak requesting 2 high-tech remote control robots to join his team, to join the force. They cost $37,000 a pop, but they can help in those dangerous high-risk situations. Plus, they have the ability to climb stairs. These are those small little, they call them throwbots. And they have this rugged design. They can travel over anything. That's sometimes used in a standoff when you have somebody who's locked themselves in somewhere and you can send in the robot rather than risk a person. Kozak told the Cowboy State Daily the new robot's about the size of a toy RC car, and they will replace older, out-of-date models. The sheriff's office already has a couple of robots, but they need the new and improved throwbots. And it's just a safer way of doing law enforcement, so you don't put an actual human officer in harm's way. Several applications where they're used. 30. So they made the ask. Laramie County Sheriff's Office, Brian Kozak wants $37,000 throwbots, 2 of them, to add to the force. That'll wrap us up for this hour. It's top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that. Thanks for spending your Tuesday morning with us. Whether you take in the product on X, we love that, Facebook, YouTube, on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com, or we're heard on the finer radio stations around the state. We'll be right back after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A Laramie County landowner who's against a massive 170 wind turbine project says the giant wind turbines have a negative impact on earthworms. Ryan Schneider believes wind turbines create vibrations that could potentially lead to the displacement of earthworms, making them easy prey for birds and other predators, which leads to soil erosion. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that Schneider relayed these concerns to the Laramie County Planning Commission, where he was one of among roughly 100 community members who gathered to share their thoughts on the proposed Laramie Range Wind Project, which would bring as many as 170 wind turbines to the area.
There's actually some scholarly research to back this up, that vibrations created by wind turbines have a negative impact on earthworms, and the abundance of earthworms, as they put it, was more concentrated in the places that was farther away from the wind turbines, the peripherals, rather than closer to it. If the worms are impacted, then that'll impact the birds. And then if the birds are impacted, then it might impact other stuff. Specifically, too, we talked about like insects. And so I guess insects can be disturbed by these as well.
The commission will ultimately get the final say in whether the project is permitted to proceed. Picture pulling into Evanston, Wyoming with your side-by-side loaded on a trailer, opening your onX mapping app, and discovering dozens of off-road trails within reach. But there's a problem. Getting to many of these trails means navigating around I-80, which cuts right through town. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that now, thanks to legislation passed a couple of years ago, that barrier is on its way to being lifted.
In 2023, the legislature recognized that sometimes ORVers need to get from one side of an interstate to the other. The Wyoming Department of Transportation today, they had a hearing, announced and took public comment on a new rule change that would implement what this legislation called for. So it's great news if you enjoy ORVing around places like Evanston, which is cut in half by I-80. And now with this new rule, it's going to turn Evanston into a more ORV-friendly base camp.
For ORV enthusiasts studying their maps around Evanston, the rule change promises to unlock connectivity that's long been blocked by I-80's path through the region. Fulfilling the viral TikTok door kick challenge by kicking and pounding on people's doors while wearing ski masks or carrying airsoft guns is a stupid enough idea. But doing it in Wyoming is even dumber. The Carbon County Sheriff told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Monday that the viral challenge could get someone killed.
According to Sheriff Alex Bakken, there's like a lot of forceful pounding and kicking at a homeowner's door, often wearing masks or holding airsoft guns. And so all of that, with that reasonable person standard, it can give someone the impression, particularly if they're in some kind of a domestic violence situation or an abuse situation or some other outside threat situation, could give someone this idea like, oh, I, in my reasonable person head, believe that I'm under attack. I'm going to grab my gun.
Bakken said in a later phone interview that he hasn't seen these incidents in his county, but issued the statement to warn people and fellow law enforcement agencies. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
A female grizzly bear with 2 cubs disrupted an ultra-marathon in Canada late Sunday when she charged nearby campers and then followed them. The Divide 200 race had to be rerouted, but nobody was mauled. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to a Wyoming ultra-marathon runner who said that although this incident occurred in Canada, when racing in grizzly country, he always carries bear spray.
There's a few ultra-marathon trail races in Wyoming. There's some by Laramie, huge world-class one in the Bighorns. I spoke to a gentleman who's run quite a few ultra-marathons, including some in grizzly country. He said, you just carry bear spray, period, and carry it where you can get to it. It's like anything else. You got to be prepared for it.
As more people take to the mountains and forests, the potential grows for conflicts with grizzlies. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
And we're back for the final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Renee Jean will be here shortly. Her story about the YMCA closing down in Cheyenne. That's sad news for about 800 members of the YMCA, but they need way more members to make it work. The building is in need of repair, and they're just barely breaking even right now. So they're going to close their doors, it looks like, for good. September 26th, the YMCA in Cheyenne, no more. Renee Jean also has a scary story about the kissing bug. It looks to get you while you're sleeping. Gross. Yeah, and it likes to, as Renee points out, it likes to bite you on your lips primarily. So it waits for you to fall asleep. This bug is becoming a nuisance. CDC actually issued an alert regarding this bug, which the CDC had a map of where it's been found, and it's primarily in the South. It doesn't like cold, but it has been found in Wheatland, Wyoming, according to Renee Jean. The CDC is going to need to update their map because they did not have the bug appearing in Wyoming yet. But the parasitic disease it carries, Chagas disease, is fatal, often fatal if not treated. Can linger in the body for years. Hate to hear that. I love Renee's story about the mega dairy ranch, the 6,200 cow mega dairy in Carpenter. That's the Burnett family that runs a big operation. Not too many people do dairy cows in Wyoming anymore. It used to be huge in Star Valley, where they did a bunch of cheese. Not so much anymore. But the Burnett family in Carpenter, Wyoming, has a big, big dairy farm operation, and they primarily service Pizza Hut for their cheese. So the next time you enjoy a Pizza Hut pizza, and if you like the cheese topping, you can thank the Burnett family and their dairy ranch in Carpenter, Wyoming. That's cool to know. I would have never known about that. I would have never guessed. Let's get Renee on and talk to her about that. Renee, I want to start out with the Burnetts in Carpenter. They're running a huge dairy operation, a lot of cows.
Yes, they are. I had no expectation when I went out there. It was a dairy tour. There aren't many dairies left. I thought, well, it'll be a good story one way or another. When I got out there, it was just like all of these huge things that they're doing, very innovative, very large dairy, the whole sprouted wheat indoor growing operations, just a big operation all in and of itself. All of the ways they've found to like synergize, reusing, recycling, and disinfecting their bedding, turning the manure into methane gas, which is a different product that they sell, crossing their Holsteins with Angus cattle to produce dairy beef, which will be going to market this fall. A brand new operation too. They started in 2004 with about 600 cattle, but 3 years ago they went to 6,000.
Man.
Yeah. A dairy that's not closing, but growing.
Yeah, I love it. And like Star Valley, I was just talking about how, that used to be a big dairy cheese in the Star Valley, but you don't see this much anymore. It's such a beef industry now in Wyoming, but it's cool to see the dairy. And they, do they have just the one buyer for their product, or their main is Pizza Hut using the dairy for cheese?
Well, so they're a member of Dairy Farmers of America, which is a co-op, and DFA takes care of marketing their milk. So their milk kind of goes wherever DFA decides. And I don't think all of it goes to Leprino. But some of it, a lot of it does go to Leprino. So
sad to see the YMCA in Cheyenne. Looks like it's going to close unless, I don't know, is there a chance there could be a last minute? I think they said if 1,000 members signed up, maybe they could make it pencil, or if somebody wrote them a big check. But the Cheyenne YMCA in need of repairs and just barely breaking even anymore.
yeah, he told me that indeed, if they did get 1,000 members, they could keep it open. It does need significant repair, though, to become sound for the future. Around 6 to 8 million. They were trying to raise that in a capital campaign. They raised about 660,000. Not enough to move forward with the daycare renovation they had thought it would be, but with inflation and all of that, when they got the design done, they didn't have enough money to actually do the work. So they're planning to refund that money, Jake. I'm a member at the YMCA. I used it as often as I can for the hot tub. It helps a lot with joint pain.
Yeah.
So I'm one of the people who's going to be missing it. It's sad. It's almost 70 years here in the Cheyenne community, and a lot of people do use it. It's a very busy place, so I'm surprised that it's not doing well. I guess part of the problem is they have that Silver Sneakers program, which is great for senior citizens. They get a break on their membership, but the insurance is not paying the cost of that membership. They're only paying about $40 of the $60 overall cost. So in some ways, it is, I guess, it's money toward the overhead, but there just aren't enough members to support that type of use right now. So it's kind of hurting the YMCA while making it very busy. It's not enough. It's not bringing the revenue that it needs to survive.
Yeah, the members it does have, they do use it, but not enough of them. Well, that's sad. I don't know where you're going to soak now.
I don't know. There isn't anywhere else.
Going to have to go up to Thermopolis with Jackie and get in the natural hot springs.
Or maybe Saratoga, huh?
But stay out of Wheatland. They got that dangerous bug. Renee's story. It's your story is right on time with national news. I saw 3 different national news stories about the CDC warning the spread of Chagas disease carried by this kissing bug. And they had a map of where it's been found. It did not include Wyoming. It had all these southern states, but they didn't have Wyoming, and they better update the map.
Well, it's probably an older map. But in 2020, a researcher, Will K. Reeves, documented an instance of kissing bug, a particular species in Wyoming. I talked with him a little bit last night. The health department was like, well, that was one bug in 25 years. Obviously, it's very rare in Wyoming. But, it's misleading because he had many other instances of the bug examples. They just weren't documentable. There's a missing at University of Wyoming has a empty spot where there used to be a kissing bug specimen on display. Who knows what happened to that specimen? It's gone now, but it used to be there. Same on the western side of the state. There were some museum displays that are no longer around. So also there's a rancher in the Wheatland area who's been catching these bugs. That wasn't known until after the study was published. The rancher reached out to the researcher after that work was published and said, oh, hey, I've been catching these and here's some pictures of them. And in fact, they were kissing bugs. So it's hardly ever the case that you have one single insect just all on his own, all on his lonesome show up somewhere. If there's one bug, there's probably several. And that's the case here. So
and
they are here. They are here in Wyoming.
Yikes. And they do carry this disease, which sounds bad. I mean, it sounds like a lot of things. It begins with fatigue, body aches, headaches, rash, loss of appetite. Next thing you know, if you don't get to it soon enough, could be fatal. Chagas. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a long-term thing there. After 30 years of having this parasite in your body, it can cause an enlarged heart, enlarged esophagus, enlarged digestive system, or colon rather. So, it can cause some pretty severe health problems long-term if you're just chronically exposed with this parasite. But I didn't do the story to scare people really. Awareness is the key thing here. If you understand what the symptoms are, that the fact that this kissing bug is here in the state, so it is possible to get Chagas. If you got a swollen eyelid along with flu symptoms, I just want people's light bulbs to be able to go on to say, hey, maybe I should ask my doctor to check on that because, swollen eye is pretty symptomatic. And what happens there, Jake, is the kissing bug, it gets its name for a reason. It tends to bite people on the face, somewhere around the mouth. And what happens is while he's sucking your blood out, he doesn't want the water and all the other junk. He wants those red blood cells. And so while he's doing that, he's also pooping out everything he doesn't want right on your face. That's right. He's
okay
on your face while kissing you, which is gross. But then the bite itches and people scratch it and they get that poop into the wound, and that is what causes the infection. It's not the case that if you get bit necessarily you're going to get infected with Chagas. It's the itching and the contamination with the feces. Is in the.
We're gonna have to bleep you. It's
okay,
too gross. And I know you're not trying to scare me, but between this bug and that New World screwworm, I'm starting to freak out.
The screwworm's pretty scary, I think.
It is.
But, it's just a matter of understanding how the bug works, what the symptoms are. People scratch the bite and then they rub their eyes, and that's why the eye gets swollen. Because it gets infected with that Chagas parasite.
Now I can't stop scratching my face.
I know, right? Same thing when I was writing the story. Itching all over. But it's just awareness, knowing these symptoms, knowing what it looks like. If something weird happens, you'll recognize it.
Well, let's end on a better note. The elk fire, not much good came out of that, but some of the timber is not going to go to waste. When they fight these fires, they create fire breaks, fire lines, and that means a lot of timber gets knocked down, cut down, and you'd hate for it to go to waste, and it's not going to.
6,000 tons of timber was cut. At least 6,000. I shouldn't say it was total amount, but it's just, some of that wood, 6,000 tons of it is going to get sold to a company in Buffalo. This guy, I talked to him, he has a network of people, some small mom and pop type operations that have a lumber mill in their backyard kind of thing. And they make some things with it. There's a mill in Montana that'll take some of this. So, it's just kind of a connect the dots game. I think it speaks to the infrastructure that's left. We have decimated the forestry industry in Wyoming by basically starving them out, not providing enough wood to make them economically feasible. And we've lost all but like 2 of our lumber mills. We don't even have a lumber mill that takes this kind of wood. The lumber mills we have left take ponderosa pine. This is all like Douglas fir, spruce, and that kind of thing. That had to go up to Montana to a mill there that would take it. This guy's got kind of a connect the dots network of people that can use this stuff. And I think it just speaks to where the industry is right now. There's barely the infrastructure that's needed to go in and work on the forest is, it's almost all but gone. We've created this brittle situation by what we've done in the forestry management, kind of saying, we're just going to leave the forest alone and let it do what forests do. But, that we've seen has created some huge wildfires. And then we don't have the infrastructure to send people in there and take this wood away and do something with it. We've all but lost it. We got like one guy left.
Well, good stories. Appreciate it, Renee. I'm not going to sleep very well tonight, but good to know.
Sleep's important, Jake.
I'm afraid the bugs are going to be crawling all over my face.
Well, you can sleep under mosquito netting.
Yeah, I might do that. I might do that. You got to look for a new place to soak. So we both got our assignments for today. Have a great Tuesday, Renee.
Yeah.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this quick break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling here on this Tuesday. Let's get into the Zoom room, see what kind of trouble we can stir up. Yeah. We're looking for Dr. Constance St. Germain.
Hello and good morning.
Hi. I don't have video on you, which is okay. We can do audio only.
All right.
But yeah, so let's see. We're going to talk about a new Harris poll. But first, I want to introduce you to people, or you introduce yourself. You're now coming up on a 2-year anniversary of being named president of Capella University, the first female president, by the way. How's the job going so far?
It has been absolutely fantastic. I definitely have my dream job.
Nice. Well, that's good to hear. The Chief Wisdom Officer, President. What else? What other titles can we bestow on you?
Oh, probably technophile and U.S. Army veteran.
Oh, that's right. Thank you for serving. I saw a photo of you in full Army. Yeah, you looked you look formidable. I wouldn't want to mess with the United States if that's the first thing I saw was you. Yeah.
Thank you. It was a long time ago, but I appreciate it.
All right, so let's talk about healthcare. You know, during the pandemic, during COVID, frontline people, we kept hearing about this. These poor nurses, medical doctors on the front line in COVID, they were stretched to the limit, and it was exhausting. A lot of people left the field. Now we're how many years after, the pandemic? 5 years later, and it's not any better. Healthcare, we already know what's going on insurance-wise, but this new survey found that healthcare workers are burned out, they feel taken for granted, and they're looking to get out of the biz. That's not good.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a problem, and that was part of the reason why we initially did the survey, because we wanted to understand what was going on with this leaky pipeline, right? And what was the disconnect between employees and employers in terms of why people were leaving the field. And, we know that there's going to be a critical healthcare shortage by 2037. They're already projecting a shortage of 700,000 workers in those fields. And, there's areas all around the country, where we need nurses, particularly in rural areas. And I just saw some recent analysis that was done by the Mountain West News Bureau, which stated that Wyoming ranked among the lowest in the country for the number of nurses per capita. So it is definitely important to plug this leaky pipeline right now.
Yeah, there's survey finding 8 in 10 healthcare workers, about 84%, feel they're taken for granted. That's not good. And over half admit that they'll be looking for a new job. How can we make it better for one thing I think that was pointed out in the survey is the feeling that you're not going to be able to grow in the job. Like there's just no ceiling, there's no runway, there's no blue sky. You feel the advancement is not attainable. So that's probably discouraging. Is that still true?
That's still true. I mean, another thing the survey showed that was that a lot of employees felt that only 1 in 5 of their healthcare employees felt that their employer was invested in their long-term career success. And to your earlier point, the reason why that's so important is that we know that this younger healthcare workforce, so think Gen Z, think millennials, they want new opportunities. They're very motivated by education and being able to advance in their careers. And that's where providing education benefits as an employer will help address that.
Artificial intelligence, how does AI factor in? I don't understand. You're going to have to take me by the hand and bring me along with this one. We're talking to Dr. St. Germain. AI is taking our jobs or helping our jobs? How does this factor in healthcare?
AI is touching every industry right now, not just the healthcare profession. But, when we're looking at the way it is transforming care in that field, it's offering a lot of promise, but at the same time, anxieties. And so one of the things that employers can do, to help address the new skills that AI is creating the need for, is to get with their employees and offer them, upskilling in these areas. Because a survey found that 56% of healthcare workers reported that their AI skills were becoming more and more critical to their job. Right. And as things become automated right now, yet only 41% of those said that they felt comfortable using AI and needing to know what they can do. And so by upskilling, it's a win-win for everybody, right? So the employer is creating retention, employees are feeling more comfortable using AI and the new technology as it's evolving. And AI is taking over a lot of administrative tasks, particularly in the healthcare field, which is great because it'll allow these individuals to spend more time with their patients, right? Hands-on with their patients rather than filling out paperwork and forms.
So yeah, don't be afraid of it like I am. Learn how to embrace AI, learn how to use it, get the most out of it. It can be a useful tool. So what are we trying to do? Are we trying to retain what we have in healthcare and convince those in the healthcare field that they're needed, they're wanted, and they're loved? Or are we trying to appeal to the next group, the next generation that's saying, get into the healthcare field? It has or do we probably want to do both? All of the above, right?
Well, I was going to say all of the above, right? We want to encourage people to get into the field. It's a great field to go into. It's a growing field. It's a much needed field. But yet once they're in it, right, we want to make sure that they have an opportunity to continue to grow themselves both personally and professionally. Employees are reporting that the younger early career workforce right now that's coming in are particularly the hardest to retain. And in fact, the survey showed that 61% of Gen Z employees cited education benefits as the reason that they would stay with their current employers. So this younger generation that's coming in wants that path, that education path, the opportunities. And then those that are already in the profession, going back to your AI question, right, can upskill themselves and provide more opportunities for their advancement as well, but also learn new technology, right? We shouldn't be afraid of new technology. We should embrace it because in the healthcare industry, it really helps patients at the end of the day. That's what the focus is.
That sounds right. People want to be challenged. They want to learn on the job and be exposed to new things. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Doctors.
One of the things go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say one of the things that you just added was that they do want to learn on the job, right? And so they would love to be able to pursue learning at the same time while they're working. And that's a great opportunity for them as well.
We probably should have started with this, Dr. St. Germain, but tell me a little bit about Capella University. You're president of the university. It's in Minneapolis, am I right?
Correct. It's in Minneapolis, Minnesota, but we're an online institution. So we're an accredited online institution nationally. We offer everything from bachelor's all the way up to doctoral programs. We are primarily serving working adults. So people that work full time, many of our students have children. And so they're balancing, right? They're juggling their school, their home life, and their job at the same time. So we know how to serve those adult learners. And we offer everything from a business degree to nursing, RN to BSN, MSN, nurse practitioner, counseling, marriage and family therapy, psychology, all of those great things. So if anybody's interested in Capella, again, we're all online. We are a national institution. They can go to capella.edu.
All right. Yeah, I heard, years ago, it's probably still the case, probably even more so, that, people were being encouraged to get into healthcare, especially like an RN. Nurses were so needed even before COVID that you could use that your skills, use that job, use your healthcare experience, and use it to kind of relocate. Like if you didn't like where you were living, if you were in Pittsburgh and you didn't like the Steelers, which I can sympathize, you could basically call your wherever you wanted to work. I want to work in Tampa. I want to work in Dallas. Like RNs were so needed, and probably a lot of positions in healthcare that you can kind of call your shot where you want to go. So if you feel like you want to relocate, maybe healthcare is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that. They have traveling nurses, for example, that people, contract out with agencies and travel around the country and help out at different hospitals and institutions. And, what's really interesting in particular among nurses is that for each higher degree that they earn, so, an RN has an associate all the way up to a BSN to a doctorate, right? A doctorate of nursing, that corresponds with a 10% higher average salary. So, when they go into this field, if they can keep moving forward, right, then their pay is also commensurate with their degree level and their advancement opportunities.
President of Capella University, Dr. St. Germain, thanks for being on. And interested in this new poll. What it found is maybe discouraging, but maybe an eye-opener, and that'll be the impetus to get people interested in getting into the healthcare field, and those that are already there, maybe we can retain them by doing the right things, the positive things. Tell me again the website. How do we find Capella University?
Sure. To learn, well, you can go to capella.edu for the website. And if you want to learn more about the survey and delve in a little bit deeper, you can go to Healthcare Workforce Survey, that's all one word, .com.
All right. Very good. Thanks for being on. I appreciate it. Have a good, healthy Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got more guests. Getting right back into the Zoom room, right back into the discussion. Shelly Kinnison will be here. You don't want to miss that. They got a big event coming up in Sheridan. Bring your Visa card. Bring your MasterCard, your Visa, whatever. And we're going to head to the barn, Sheridan, right after this break.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes,
and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute pre-diabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Tuesday, and Shelly joins us. Shelly Kinnison. Shelly, it says that you got to start your cameras for us to be able to see you, but I don't know how to do that, and maybe you do. And also, you've got to turn us down if you're monitoring the show on your computer. Make sure you'll be able to hear us just on Zoom. Figure out. You got to turn us down. If you're watching the show on your computer, you got to turn that off and just Zoom like you were just going to do a Zoom call. You've Zoomed. We all had to learn how to Zoom during the pandemic, right? All right. No, see, I'm still getting delay there. You got to, as they used to say in radio, you got to turn off your radio. Only in this case, maybe you're not there. Shelley, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
I am here.
If you're watching the show, you got to turn that off.
I'm not watching the show.
Then I don't know why we have such a bad delay. That's weird.
Yeah. You can hear me?
I hear you. You hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you, but that echo is going to drive everybody crazy.
And I can't hear the echo. So
interesting.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to knock you out of the room and come back in. Maybe that'll fix it.
Okay.
All right, here's the knockout punch, and then come back and maybe we'll get it fixed. Yeah, Shelly Kinnison's going to join us. She's going to talk about a big event coming up in Sheridan, Born in a Barn. We had McCready on not long ago, last week, right? With MCA Vintage Clothing. She'll be one of the many vendors at this event that has grown over the years. Grown big time, a lot of time. Born in a Barn started in 2011 with like a half dozen vendors. And what it is a chance to repurpose, a chance to purchase repurposed items. It's like the world's biggest garage sale, or Sheridan's biggest garage sale, kind of. And I'm sure Shelly can explain it better. Yeah, I'm still getting it, and I'm still getting that.
The echo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we have to work with it, we'll work with it. Yeah, so I'll just turn you down when I talk, and then I'll turn you up when you answer. It'll be weird, but it'll work. I want to talk about Born in a Barn, obviously. How this has come along since 2011. It began with just 6 vendors and an outlet for your serious addiction to all things upcycled, refurbished, vintage. And we talked to McCready last week of MCA Vintage Clothing. She'll just be one of 90 vendors this year. That's crazy. It's huge now.
Yeah, it's really grown. It started with 4 of my friends and myself. And this property that I live on has just lent itself to the show naturally growing section by section. It's as big as it can get now. It's as big as I can handle. And one of the problems with these shows is there's never enough parking, but we have these 2 huge hay fields, and it allows us to park the day away. And we've got cowboys out there to greet you. They're on horseback, and they're going to show you where to park. And the show, I am permitted through the county to do it because I'm agriculture out here. And so we had to get a permit to do that. And it's just been a great gift to give back to Sheridan. I love doing it.
And I've heard you say you love Wyoming, you love Sheridan. You didn't think you'd be a out of town kind of person when your husband led you into the property, but now you're into it. You want to show that property off, and you do it every year with Born in a Barn.
Yeah, I grew up in town. We were living a block from my parents, raising my babies, and I surely didn't want to move out of town. 4 miles is not out of town, but it was to me. And I fought it tooth and nail coming out here. And then the more I got to know this place and love on this place, I love having people out here. It's a huge party with over 8,000 people in attendance. I heard you were here last year.
I was, yes, but I was in town. I knew of it, but I don't know if we went. Maybe I can't remember.
Well, you would remember if you went.
I would remember if I went. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you better get some porta potties. 8,000 guests expected. This is going on, by the way, 2-day event, Born in a Barn, September 19 and 20. Are you ready? This has got to be a huge undertaking anymore.
It really is. We start taking applications for vendors in January and February because of the quantity of product that they have to get ready for a sale this size. We let them know in March whether or not they've been invited to the show, and they can sign up and get their booth space. So that starts then, and then we have a little bit of a break, but we start all of the promo and marketing for it in June.
Well, it'll be worth it just to go meet one of those handsome cowboys who'll be doing valet parking or showing you around. It'll be worth it just to meet Shelly Kinnison. Shelly, can we talk a little bit about your dad? Because I feel for you. You came to Wyoming, I think, as an 8th grader, right when your dad became your principal. What was that like?
Well, that was part of my story of growing up in Sheridan. Is my dad became the principal of the high school. So I had 4 fun-filled years with that. And I went to college and did some different things and finally landed back here when I was about 28, 29. And shortly thereafter, he ran for mayor. So then I got to field all of those fun-filled, you know what your dad should do, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
So he's probably a big part and a big reason of my love and my commitment to Sheridan and to sharing Sheridan, because it's a really nice community and we love having visitors.
Yeah, always being bossed around by your dad. First he's your dad, then he's your principal, then he's your mayor. That's
yeah. He's probably partially responsible for this because when he was mayor, he wanted to start a farmer's market here. And he said, hey, Shelley, if I close off Grinnell Street, will you do a farmer's market? So that was my first experience with vendors. And funny story, I've never been a vendor. I've never done a trade show. I've never packed up a U-Haul and taken it to another town or anything like that. So I just try to provide everything out here that I would want for myself as a vendor and want for myself as a guest shopping here. And that's why we do the live music. And then we've got the food field of food trucks. We've got 4 food trucks this year. We've got specialty beer from Luminous. We've got the Mint Bar out here bartending, Sheridan Beer, representing our local Sheridan heritage there. And then we wrap everything up after the 2 days with a really big, fun Western disco at the Mint Bar. Close off the alley. We've got a DJ out there playing disco music, and costumes are encouraged. You can go disco, you can go Western, you can do both.
And you could probably outfit yourself at one of the vendors, actually. Go see McCready at MCA Vintage Clothing. Get yourself some platform shoes. Give me an idea of what different vendors you got there this year. What are we going to see? What are we buying?
We've got the vintage clothing represented by McCready and another gal. We've got a lot of vintage. I look for the vendors that will bring me really good household antiques and junk and repurpose things, reimagine things. We've got a lot of art, jewelry. And one of my surprise categories is like take home edible things like custom cookies and muffins and all kinds of stuff that you can buy that's I call them usable items, so that if you don't want to fill up your house, clutter your house, you can always come out here and pick up some smalls. Lots of leather work, vintage jewelry. I have a gal who's selling off part of her personal collection. Pretty much anything anybody can make. We've got an apothecary gal that will get you all hooked up with homemade winter remedies, and I always shop her. So it's a great little show.
What's going on this weekend in Sheridan? Learn before you go. It's you have an online presence, right? Born in the Barn. What's the URL?
Very big online presence. It's borninabarn.com. And then tons of information on our social media, which is on Facebook and Instagram. And we're readily available this week on all those social platforms to answer any questions you have. So shoot us a message if you want to know anything about the show on Friday and Saturday from 10 to 6. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, if I have a minute, is we started selling mimosas out here early on, probably 5 years into the show. And every year the Mimosa Mafia, as they are called, has grown and identified themselves. And we've got a golf cart that runs the entire property selling mimosas. We've got a booth that sells mimosas. And last year we were over $13,000 successful. And that is all donated to the Welsh Cancer Center here in Sheridan, Wyoming. So buy a mimosa for someone you love or someone you've lost. And we're happy to support the Breast Cancer Center there.
That's a win-win, drinking mimosas and going to a good cause. Shelley Kinnison, so this is a smart idea. Sheridan shopping on that main street is just very unique. There's nothing like Sheridan, Wyoming in all the world. So it seems right that there should be an event like this every year. I hope you keep doing it, Shelley.
I'm going to try as long as I can. And now I've got kids and grandkids coming up the ranks. So hopefully it'll be part of their lives as well.
Well, you've got, there's nothing distracting you from doing this. After all, your husband says you're unemployable. And that's basically why you're doing this.
Oh my gosh.
I found that online. Your own husband said you're basically unemployable.
let me tell you, he jumped on board with this. I asked him, I said, are you going to be on board? I said, this is going to be big. And he goes, everything you do is big. So yeah. And he's always trying to get me a job with benefits. And I'm like, no, I can't do it.
Not for you. No, this is for you. This is right in your wheelhouse. This is what you were born for. You were born in a barn. Let's do it. Born in a barn.
I started garage sailing with my mom when I was like 10 years old. So I've always been on the hunt for junk and fun stuff.
Awesome. Thanks for doing this, Shelly, and please check in next year when we have another one.
I will, and maybe by then we can do our video.
Yes. We'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's Shelly Kinnison, Born in the Barn. It's a big event going. If you are in the Sheridan area, even if you're not, you better get it. You got time now. Start heading to Sheridan. Born in a Barn. This weekend's going to be a lot of fun. 2-day celebration. And find stuff that you're not going to find on Amazon. You're not going to find it anywhere. This could be unique, handcrafted stuff, vintage stuff, upcycled, repurposed. It's like Pickers times 10. I mean, it's if that's your jam, I love that kind of stuff. Shopping for that kind of stuff. Yeah, that'll be great. Born in a Barn going on in Sheridan. Unique event that began in 2011 with just a handful of vendors has now grown into 90 vendors, 8,000 guests expected. They got food trucks. They're going to party it up, dance it up at the Mint Bar. This sounds like my kind of weekend in Sheridan. Cool. What do we got to do? One last bit of bookkeeping item. No, actually, we covered all that. Yeah, so I think we're pretty good to roll out of here. That's going to wrap it up for a Tuesday. I mean, we've overachieved on this Tuesday. We've done all we can do. So we'll pack it up and we'll meet again tomorrow, same time. Don't forget your buddy bags on Saturday. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, Monday through Friday. Bags has got you covered Saturday. And coming up soon, we're going to have a special Sunday show. So we're going to have you every day of the week. This is the way you start your day, if you're smart. Thanks for spending it with us today. We're on radio across the state. And a big howdy to everybody at KGOS in Torrington. Cheyenne on KRAE. Hello. KTUG in Riverton. KJAX. K-Jackson Jackson and KYDT in Sundance. And of course, the show live every Monday through Friday morning on X, Facebook, YouTube, on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. We're everywhere. It's hard to avoid us. Y'all have a great Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.